Set.
So, hello everybody. Nice to see such a big crowd turn out tonight.
Yay! Who do we got here?
My cat is knocking things off. My pussy is knocking things off the table. Anyway.
Ooh! Let me get a close up of that.
Apparently, he's excited for the stream.
Hi, everybody. I am seeing some names that are new to me.
Yeah, I'm seeing some people in there I don't recognize. So,
Oh,
I can't see
just
YouTube chat.
I haven't seen anyone I don't recognize.
Hi, Bo. How you doing?
so. I will ask then. I don't know that I know Leah's Logic or Carl Edwards.
But hello.
Well, Carl
course, I
is
don't
from
know-
South Africa, and
Okay.
Leah
Yeah,
is from Australia.
Yeah, they're all part of the skeptic community.
Hi.
I think
And Peter Harrington is here.
Leah was interviewed by Non Sequitur at one point.
Mhm.
Okay.
I saw that. I can't remember, but I remember. I remember it, but I don't remember it. You know how that goes?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I know.
That's
exactly
the way I
what
spend
you
most
mean.
of my life.
yeah, it just looks like there's
they're
going to
here
be
for the power of the gens.
a couple of new channels I'm going to
Sylvia.
have to check out after this.
So you do not want to eat my mail, Sylvia. God damn.
Both of ours are acting up. Mine's
Yeah.
still at it. Yours is over there doing God knows what.
Well, I
Okay,
had-
Bo's one of my favorites. Can you send me discount Lego?
There you go. Oh, Bo is such a sweetie. Been quite a while since I've talked to you.
I have
Bo.
no idea who this person is, but if I can get cheap Legos,
Bo?
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, he was one of the panelists for movie night. He is a big
Oh,
sweetie.
okay.
Yeah, I left my tablet in my brother's room, so I can't see YouTube chat.
Actually, well, can you see our private chat for like it being in the stream?
No, I can't. Well,
Oh.
I mean the private, yeah, but I can't see the public.
There
I'm
should
on my
be
phone.
there
Well,
should be a tab that says next to private says live comments.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in the upper right-hand corner, there should just be a little speech box that says comments under it. And
Yeah,
Now,
that'll give you the
it
same
pulls
comments
up,
as are
but
scrolling on the
I have to
YouTube
do
chat.
it I have to do it in a different thing though. Like if I open that, I can't see you guys because I'm on the mobile beta crap.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, that is the poo-poo. That is
Yeah,
the
I
big
don't deal much
poo-poo.
with mobile apps.
Bo says you're not feeding Sylvia enough.
Yeah, that's what Sylvia says too.
Yeah, she is tiny.
come here.
Some
Yeah.
cats are tiny. That's just
Mine is fat.
And she eats all she wants. The food is freely available. Anytime she wants it, she just goes over there and eats. And excuse me, I haven't weighed her in a while, but the last time I weighed her, she was somewhere between 6 and 7 pounds.
Yeah. Our
My-
Ridgeback dog's like that. He's always got food out there. He's always got biscuits. He gets given canned food a couple of times a week, and he's as skinny as a rake. He looks too thin, but he always has food.
Yeah, my
always
Miranda
has
was
food.
like that too.
Yeah.
My Miranda weighed 6 pounds throughout her life. Well, kittenhood, she weighed less than that, but once she reached adulthood, 6 pounds, and that was it. Tiny little thing.
Oh,
So we're
I
going to
like
get this
it.
show rolling?
they're so cute.
Gee, what
Yeah.
gender is that cat?
Which kitty?
What gender is my pussy?
Any.
What? It's
Well,
a good
I tell you what.
title. I like it.
Hey,
What
you know
gender
that-
is my pussy?
There you go. I just had the idea. I mean, some secret Santa was so nice as to send me a microphone cable from my wish list today, and I am thanking
That's
for that. But what I should do, I should put a pussy on my wish list and see where we can go with that.
Yep.
Someone will send you a fleshlight. That's what will happen.
Yes,
Not quite what I had in mind, but
I was literally just fixing to say, yep.
I was
she's gonna get a
thinking it.
flashlight.
I was thinking it, but I knew somebody else would say it, so I'm like, I'm going to sit here because someone else is going to say
Oh,
it.
come on. You all knew I would say it. Diana set me up.
yes. Oh my words!
Spartacus.
I get
Well-
you could in a way say that I was the perfect straight man, but neither of those apply.
You know, they have special toys just for trans people, so you know.
What they do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did not know
Or
that.
they have special toys for
Yes.
people who like trends.
Well, no, like for trans individuals, they have like trans specific like sex toys.
Yeah, you,
Okay,
that-
okay.
That's a whole other stream all
You,
by itself.
you can
Yeah,
actually,
I'm gonna have to say again.
They
you can buy
they have
wearable vaginas.
I know about those. Yeah.
This, they have this penis pillow that you can unzip, rip out the stuffing, and turn it inside out.
Okay.
That sounds great. I
Oh,
need
that's
that.
awesome.
That's
Oh, no,
good.
now I've got to get one of those and do a video of unboxing and doing it.
That and
Yeah, I'm up for that.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I'm gonna have to put that on my Patreon.
Yeah.
What is an incentive? You know, if you send me $15, I'll do a strap-on video or what? Here.
There you go. Now you got the
Hey, that's-
Oh, I've ruined my best offer. I can't even say, look, you get my Patreon up to enough, and I'll show you that I can deep throat without gag. Because I've already showed everyone
you've
that.
already done
Yeah,
that.
I've already
Yeah.
done that.
I watch one YouTuber. You've all probably heard of her, Jacqueline Glenn, and she does
Oh, yeah.
unboxing. She's partnered with AdamandEve.com, which is this
Yeah.
adult website,
Yeah.
and she
It's
does
like my
unboxings.
to get partnered
Yeah.
with them.
And like, I don't like watching
I'd do it.
unboxings. I don't watch unboxings, but I watch her unboxings because it's just so
hell yeah.
much fun. Just
If
to
I
watch
got
the
offered that, I
reaction.
would so do it. I would so do unboxings for sex
Oh,
toys.
yeah.
It's so
I want to get sponsored by
I'm
Adam
much
and
more
Eve
interested
and
in the
Coke.
box and what's in it.
I
and Coke.
don't think Coke is going to be a possibility given your
Can
confidence.
we
I'm
unbox
always
Coke and
drinking
Adam and
it.
Eve at the same time?
Right? I'm
Cirrus
always
has
thinking
actually got a
and
sponsor from a sex
Coca-Cola
toy
is
store.
Very
I forget
Really?
the name of it.
That'd be
Oh,
awesome.
that's right. Yeah, he does.
Oh, well,
I
he should
can't-
unbox then.
He does have a sex
Yeah.
toy sponsor.
Okay, Bo,
That
I
just
turned.
doesn't seem like they would like. His content just doesn't seem to like flow that way in my mind. You know,
Yeah, I thought it was kind of an odd match too, but
Hey,
I think it
hey,
might
whatever.
be the amount of times that he's referenced. Number one, that he's like into BDSM, and number two, the fact that he's poly. That might have something to do with it. Maybe.
Okay, Bo,
Maybe a company was just like,
I don't
we
know
can
that we
send
should
him
bring
kinky
his
shit,
his
and he
name
can
up
review
though. In public, I don't think we should bring his name up though. You know what I mean, folks?
well, I don't know. Maybe it's kind of like saying that Johnny Carson was a comedian, you know?
yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't think
if
it was
it's
a big
public,
deal. It's
yeah.
factual
It's-
information.
right. It's not
Um,
extreme. Like,
Bo,
it's,
I've turned the gain down a little bit on the mic. How's it sound to you now?
You sound fine.
sounds
Told you
good.
that last night, Diana. You sound fine.
Well, Bo was telling me that my mic was running quite hot, so I thought I'd turn the gain down a little bit and see if that was a little bit better.
Maybe
Well,
he
you
just
were-
meant that you are hot.
Yeah, I wish.
Bo likes a hot mic.
Old, fat, ugly, hyper-intelligent, pre-op, trans, and poor. I mean, how much less desirable can you get than that? Okay?
I
Talk to the hand.
sexy mic.
Well, you don't have any contagious diseases.
Okay, you've got that. Yeah, that's a point in my favor. We can do
Oh my God.
that.
I mean, maybe
As
maybe
if
he
that's
just
the
thought.
only desirable quality. Like, come on.
I don't care what contest you guys hold. I win the pathetic contest. 40 years with no dates wins every time.
I
Yeah, you
thought
win. I'm not arguing with that.
I thought 10 years dry was bad, to tell you the absolute
Yeah.
truth. But
I did too.
Lubricant, Diana, lubricant.
what
It never has to be dry. Lubricant.
I think he just means the volume in general.
Okay, so I set you up for that one.
Oh my goodness.
So what are we talking about
to tell you the absolute truth, I have not done a damn thing with any of that. I got a box of sex toys sitting here that I haven't touched in God over a year. So okay, I'll tell you what, Bo. Let's see if we can.
No, I would be more impressed if you squirted it on your camera. It'd be like dripping now.
Yeah, it takes too long to clean.
Right.
Yeah.
Every time she breaks out the lube, I'm just like, oh my God.
I got some on my
I prefer
fingers
the
there.
gel type.
My boyfriend thought that I was going to die the day I watched her video that she started out, the good vibes video. Once I figured out what was going on, I couldn't stop laughing, and he was like, "Are you okay? Are you not going to die on me right now?"
Come on, that was awesome beginning to that video.
Yes, definitely.
And if anybody in chat does not know what we're talking about, go and watch it. It's on my channel.
Yes.
Okay, we made a couple adjustments here, Bo. How's it sound? For some reason, I was on digital input and it was actually working. Don't even ask me why. I don't know how that
It
works.
loves you, Diana. It loves you.
It's a PC. There's
It
never
would be
only one
nice if
answer.
someone did. But
We
I mean,
love
jeez,
you.
man.
We all love
Well, I've been
I-
watching the
I had
side
something-
chat. And,
I had something slightly different in mind there, Lena.
She's like, not the type of love I'm talking about.
Now, I'm not necessarily talking about anything X-rated, but you know, I mean, at my age, a little bit of cuddling is tiring. Okay.
I haven't had a good cuddle in a while. Don't talk to me about cuddles.
Come over
We
here
will
and
have
say
a
that.
cuddle party. Hey, y'all can all come over
Okay,
here.
now I
We'll
have
a
to
snuggle
know.
party. Y'all can all get
But-
in my bed.
Bo just said he's used to using personal lubricant for his M16 rifle instead of oil-based
No,
lubricant.
graphite.
Oh,
Graphite.
graphite. Sorry, I misread the chat. I was like, what the hell are you doing with your fucking rifle?
yeah, I was about to question the graphite comment because that didn't
No,
seem like appropriate lubricant
that would-
for the
Jen-
other things we were.
Jen,
Right.
that would be, what are you doing with your rifle fucking?
Yeah.
This is my rifle. This is my
Um,
gun. One is for fighting, and the other's for fun.
Yeah, unfortunately, pistol fucking is a thing, and you can go search it on Pornhub.
Yeah, and
It
it's quite
definitely
dangerous
is a
too.
thing. It
Only
is-
if the gun's loaded.
Yeah, you don't do it with the gun loaded.
Okay,
people.
how
Come
how
on.
many
Well,
how many
how's-
times in the newspaper did you read about somebody getting shot and the person saying, "I didn't know it was loaded"?
Oh,
Okay,
that's true.
but did
I
you
have
hear about
actually-
the
I have actually read
saw?
some stories about somebody getting shot in the pussy while pistol fucking.
I
Yeah,
imagine it's happened. Yeah.
I would
Yes,
have
it
to
has
say,
happened.
though, if you were, most people who would do that would be part of the kink community, and people in the kink community are generally fucking careful with what we do because we don't want to get hurt.
Whoever would do something
not
like
hurt
that
like
is gonna
that,
be fucking
anyway.
crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, because it does cross over with guns, of course it's going to attract the stupid as well, not just
Yeah.
the kink people. So I mean,
Yeah, it's
there's
the
people
stupid who
that
do
like
not
point
kink.
a gun at their camera and they're like, "Oh shit."
Yeah,
and it's
Jens,
like, no
I
shit,
would make the
dumbass.
distinction with the kink stuff that, as long as it's agreed upon, it's okay to hurt your partner, but not to harm your partner.
Yeah.
Yes.
And generally, the rule seems to be
Cause
around
no
anything
harm.
that won't heal on its own within 2 or 3 days.
Oh, what is
That
that like?
almost sounds like a biblical reference.
Yeah, I know it does.
Well,
Thanks.
okay, now you have me
God was
thinking.
into
I have to
kings.
find it.
I got it now.
Yeah, I know there was the thing in the Bible about beating the slaves was okay if they recovered in 3
Yeah,
days.
So that's it. God was into kink. So if we die and go to heaven because we're
Oh, here
holding
it
that
is. Here it
with
is.
God will be there in their leathers because God has to be non-binary, or at
Yeah,
least intersex.
it's Exodus 21:20.
Ah,
Yeah,
that
anyone who
makes
beats
sense.
their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result. But they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. That is the Exodus 20 to 21 in the NIV.
Yep. So God was into kink.
Hey, can we keep the Bible out of this?
Okay. Well, I
It's really
think
quite
Tony's
revolting to
already
listen
gone
to anything out of
overboard
it.
there.
Oh
Let's
no!
get
Now what's
stoned and
going
give each
on?
other flamethrower enemas.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
It
Oh man.
brings a whole new
Are we-
meaning to have a red raw ass, doesn't it?
Oh, and Bo, I'm on the Linux side of this machine right now, so that's why it's working a little better than it does on the other side. I hate when crap. Anyway,
May I ask a question
Aw.
of the panel?
Okay.
ask
are we
away.
gonna-
Don't expect
are-
any answers or anything.
Are
But
we gonna do a show tonight, or we're just
no.
gonna bullshit and stuff?
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
wondering if we were ever going to get around to the topic that was
Yeah,
posted.
let's get on to the topic. Go on, Perps. Get us going.
Well, starting with the banner there.
Some nice young lady should get on my topic, but that's another topic entirely.
I do really support the idea of going to using, GSRM or GSMR or GSRM or GRSM,
I
whichever
don't
way
really
you want
think
to
it
do
matters
it.
which way you say it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but
over because the LGBTQ plus has gotten to be so long and it keeps getting added to. And I have actually talked to people in the community who don't like changing over.
Yeah.
well, that GRSM sounds to me too much like ASMR, and
Yeah, that's
puts a
my
bad
problem
taste
with
in my
it.
mouth.
Well, I can
You're
understand
doing your
that.
ASMR wrong then.
That's some interesting ASMR. But no, I actually do like the GRSM or GSRM, however you want to say it. But I actually do like it just because there's a reason why you keep having to add letters, and there's a reason why I refer to myself as part of the alphabet soup community. Like,
Yeah.
like it's just one of those things. Like, it's an internal joke as well as an external joke that everyone makes.
Mhm.
Like,
Oh, I make
we're
that joke
always
all the
having
time. Yeah.
to add to it.
The,
But
Well,
the continued expansion of the
it encompasses everybody, so you don't have to worry about leaving people out.
Okay, well, that's the problem that I
the
have with
continued
it.
expansion of the LGBT moniker has really been viewed on as a joke by the public.
Yes,
And if we want to be
as-
taken seriously, we have
Yeah.
to address that.
And
Well,
then the
it
other
wasn't-
thing is, if you want to include
Continuing to add
everybody,
letters. Continuing to add letters is really a very foolish and quite sophomoric answer.
Yeah.
And the thing is too is like those letters aren't going to stop being used. Like they're still there. It's just you're not saying them every time you say GRSM, and then somebody says, "Well, I'm demisexual. Am I in there?" Well, that's a sexual minority. That's
Exactly.
there, and so you just kind of it's infinitely expandable without infinitely expanding.
yeah,
Exactly.
and
Somebody's
and
going to
the whole
find a
bit
way that
is,
it's not, though.
Yeah, and well,
Okay, well, no, that should probably be addressed some point in this.
there are 2 points I'd like
It's a
to make
quicker way
on
to
it.
say it.
And one of them is, wasn't that the idea of adopting the rainbow flag? Was that the rainbow was supposed to include everyone, every color and hue?
well, then you had the addition to the rainbow flag, but that's another point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's a whole
Also,
other thing.
even with the whole extended acronym of however many letters you want to add, they're still pretty much all referring to gender and sex. There isn't anything in there that makes any reference to romantic attraction.
Yeah, I get that one definitely. And well, the problem I have with the whole alphabet soup thing, and it's nothing that'll be cured by changing acronyms. Unfortunately, when you try to include everyone, it ends up not being as good. It's better to just include no one, just to let it
Yep.
go. Including everyone just is overkill. Think of the
Yep.
way Silverman was handling the whole atheist thing. You
Yep.
know, everybody with even the slightest doubt was an atheist. And after a while, it came atheist means absolutely nothing. And this is kind of what I see is happening here with us, where
Yeah.
the acronym is becoming so. Okay, there are going to be people that jump all over me for this. I know, but I'm used to it. Well, I'd like to be used to getting jumped, but that's another story entirely. Um,
I can help with that.
you have people wanting to include drag queens as transgender,
Yeah.
and I'm sorry, it
Yeah.
doesn't work. These,
No.
a drag
That's
queen
a
is
job.
a man. Yes, it's a
Yeah.
performance art. It's just not an identity.
Right.
Um, so we've really got to think about what we're doing when we're expanding the umbrella, as it were. And I know it's to swell the numbers. I get it. It's like Silverman was.
We're currently in an age of gender identity, or I should say, personal identity politics, and every personal identity in the sexual realm wants to be identified and wants to be placated to have their own little title, and all it does is make us look like a bunch of fools.
Yes, it
And so I
does.
Agree.
am absolutely against continuing to add letters. I mean, there's a whole bunch of people that aren't
Yeah.
in that group, and how far? I mean, it's 10 letters now. Most people can't even remember 6 letters in a row.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, soon enough, it's going
Um,
to be too long to fit on Twitter.
There are still some issues with having GRSM though. In that by making a new acronym that is uber inclusive, you will start to include people you don't want to
I was going to
include.
say,
Well, there's my
you start
point.
including the very people that
What
Diana
about
is referring
pedophiles?
to.
They're going to say,
It's-
"Oh, we're a minority. We're included."
Yeah.
Jesus,
Well,
I've already done a show on that one. Maybe I should do another one.
So there,
Well,
Yeah.
I
there
mean,
is an issue there with being
and
too
all the people
inclusive.
that,
right,
make
but
Tumblr and everything else look like y'all know what I'm talking. Anyway, I'm not even gonna go
Yeah,
there.
because you had Ken Ham making the accusation that pedophiles wanted to be in on the LGBT thing.
Yeah.
And I
Oh, they
know,
were
I know.
claiming they already were based on the
yeah.
pansexual. Instead of labeling it pansexual, they're like, no, it doesn't mean that. It means pedophilia. It's like, what? What universe do you live on, bitch? Like, no,
But
that's not
Yeah,
what it
but I mean, that's
means.
just him making his own words up. But that's the point. If you've got an acronym where people are just adding new letters whenever they feel like it, people can relabel those letters. I mean, it started with the T in LGBT.
oh yeah, you forgot a
Yes, it
T.
did.
It's actually
So,
supposed to be LGBTQIAAP, I think,
yeah.
because
Transsexual. Because the
Yeah, don't
original
QRSTUVWXYZ.
forget the plus sign.
LGBT stood for transsexual, not
Yep.
transgender,
Yep.
because that's what it
so.
meant.
But
And it got changed.
can
Well,
I?
it
When are we
didn't.
I want
going
to
But the
to?
interject
second T was
something.
added, and then they said, "Oh, we don't need that because we're going to throw you all under one bus,"
Yeah.
which is pretty much what they did. So,
And then
That
when are,
was-
when
It
are
is
we
what
going
they
to
did.
include the O umlaut? That's what I want to know.
Okay, Kitty's trying to say something.
I
sorry.
that was actually what I was trying to say in the beginning when I said address that, and then I stopped because I was going to say we need to address the issue of pedophiles and zoophiles trying to be included, and but the thing is like everyone, at least any rational person, understands that in order to be a sexual in any in order to be included in any of this, consent is king.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
safety is king. So children and animals cannot consent. Therefore, they do not fall under any kind of. No group would want to associate with something or someone who does
I
not
have a
believe in
Well,
better
consent.
suggestion.
I mean, you
on
could
that.
make the same argument about marriage. That,
How
you know, the
Right.
pedophiles could try to include themselves under that
again,
because, yeah,
consent.
actually, in some states, it's legal to marry a girl as young as 13 or 14.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I don't know if it still works this way. I think it was in Maryland. Um, there was a man who was arrested for having sex with his wife because his wife was 12 years old.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Yes,
it
and
was really weird.
there are people working to close those legal loopholes to make it
Yeah.
so that
Yeah.
you can't legally marry somebody that young.
Well, and
There
Yeah,
that
is
definitely
that
needs
pushback.
to
was my
be
point there,
fixed.
which was it was just totally stupid to have that no marriage at 12 as well as no sex at 12. Okay.
Right, right. But there's been pushback to that whole trying to
But
make
this
that
has
illegal. But
this
yeah.
has almost nothing to do with our discussion today.
Well, the
Mhm.
pushback is coming from the
Yeah.
religious community, and they could just go.
Exactly.
Anyway,
The
I am going to refill my coffee because my
the
mouth
re-
is
the
so
reality
freaking
is
dry.
the reality is that we do not need to have any criminal elements recognized within our label that we choose to give ourselves, and
Yeah.
no pedophiles allowed. Period.
Hmm.
Well,
Yeah,
and
I'm with
that
you.
should
That's
be a
I'm
that's
with
a
you.
crim-
no-brainer because
that's a
that goes
criminal
true
act. It's
for
not
any
a
other
sexual
group.
act.
But
It's not an act of love.
I'd just
It
like to
does not
point out
belong in
something
the
that Bo
discussion.
just messaged me because he didn't want it disappearing in the text chat. In that, if they find it, he finds it really frustrating that there are so many different flags that are used to represent people in the LGBTQ plus or GRSM community, and I tend to agree with that. We have the rainbow flag, and it's supposed to represent the whole community. Stick with it. Not all these individuals don't need their separate flags. That just freaking confuses people.
yeah, the
If
separate
May I
flags
ask a
seem to be
question,
more
Purple?
splintering the community. It seems to be defeating the original intent.
I agree.
yeah.
Purple? Is everybody having problems with the audio? Everybody is breaking up here. It's like
I'm
everybody's
I'm
getting
getting
spiking with
an
their.
echo.
echo. Like
Give it a
everyone's
minute. Give it
echoing
a
on
minute. I
mine.
may help things out a little bit.
No,
Does
I'm
that
hearing
help?
people spiking and cutoff coming. Does the chat
Oh,
hear
okay.
that, or is it just us internally?
I don't know. I wasn't listening too closely. I was getting my cup of coffee warm. It's still warming up, so I admit to not paying that much attention.
I wasn't noticing anything really unusual.
Chat.
What's people in the side chat? What is everybody there hearing?
Bo
Bo
says
says we
slight
got
robot.
slight roboting.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm not hearing the roboting, so
Me either.
Yeah, I'm not getting the
Yeah, I don't hear
roboting.
roboting. I'm
It
just
seems
hearing
to have
hard
stopped the
cutoffs of.
echo, so that's good.
I'm hearing a
I
hard
blame Diana.
cutoff.
It all happened when she got up.
Can I
Okay.
please finish this sentence? I am
No.
hearing a hard cutoff of a spiking. We get our wave. It goes up and it gets cut off.
Yeah,
Oh, Dinky
unfortunately,
Doo.
StreamYards doesn't really give me any control over the individual audio.
You can
Yeah.
if echo is being caused by any particular person, you can mute that person and have them say in private chat, "Hey, unmute me," when they need to say something if they're not able to mute themselves.
Dinky Doo. The GRSM, if I remember correctly, is wait a minute now. Um, what is the G? It's the R is
Yeah.
romantic,
Gender,
Gender.
romantic, sexual
Gender.
minorities.
minority.
and then
Sorry.
the QIAAP. Those are individual letters. I'm thinking, what is it? Queer, intersex, asexual. What's the other A?
Ally, I
Ah,
think.
and then pansexual.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the two Qs are queer and questioning.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there should be two
Okay.
T's, one for transsexual and one for transgender.
I
Yeah.
tell you,
And basically, that just illustrates the point of how confusing this is, even to people who are in the community. So, how can we expect, people who generally don't have any exposure to it to figure this out and have any idea what that means.
Right. You got it. Yeah, I am just so freaking confused with everything.
Well, I don't
There's
know
a
the
new
letters.
category coming up every other week.
Yeah.
And okay, my thought here is that maybe things are beginning to be chopped up a little too finely.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I think it
I
goes.
mean, I'm
into
asking
that
it as a
whole,
question,
how
actually.
many?
So.
Oh no, I agree, Diana. I think this is that whole.
There we go.
What is it? What's the other social media platform that?
Facebook.
No, the other one.
Tumblr,
Tumblr.
Instagram.
Yeah, I think
I
this
have
is
no idea, man.
Tumblr.
I think it's that whole Tumblr starting thing of there's 76 different genders. So now we have to have 76 different letters on the end
Jesus.
of the.
No, you did it. Now I've got it in my head, for Christ's sake. 76 genders in the big parade.
You have to do that, Diana. You have to record that. I still need that recorded.
What I'll do is I think I'll finish out the lyrics one way or another, and I'll actually record that parody. It'll be,
if you don't want to record it, finish writing.
I'll record it. I'm fine with that, man.
I was going to say, if you don't want to do that, Diana, finish out the lyrics and give it to Art, because Art is brilliant and loves doing stuff like that, and he'd happily do the music, and he'd have different ones of us guests to say different letters and stuff like that.
Hey, we got to work on that one. So, okay, here's the thing. I'll finish the thing you want for that person, and then we can get to work on this one.
Yeah, because that'd be awesome. I'm so into that.
I almost screwed up and let that person's name slip, and no, we don't want to do that. No. Tonight, tomorrow, something like that. I'll finish that up and give that to you.
Diana.
Yeah, Doorknob Head saying 76 is too much and you should have stopped at 69.
I mean, this is the problem. Everybody wants their own personal identity, and that's where people don't take any of this shit seriously. And quite frankly, for any of us who are actual transsexual women who are transitioning, we look at these people and we go, huh? What is up with you lot?
Right.
Why do you need all these different terms? Can't you just say, hey, look, I'm like this, but I'm a bit tomboyish. Fine, that's fine. People get that. Why do you have to invent weird ass terms that nobody in their right mind is ever going to understand? Is it just because you want to be able to explain yourself every time you meet somebody? Well, fine. Just explain yourself. Don't make up words.
Well, Tria makes a point in that in the side chat.
Yeah, I was trying to bring that up. Go ahead, Purple.
Yeah, Tria says the thing is that we're still forming a lot of the verbiage for people's experiences that aren't perceived as the norm. I think that is the case, that it's really only, in the last decade or so that society has been having a conversation on there really being more than two genders.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got about right there, maybe about the last 10 years or so. Because even when I started questioning myself, when I was looking for what to call myself, that sort of thing, there were not all those labels out there. I really didn't even have the word for me until Virginia Prince came up with it. At least I think it was Virginia Prince who did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing I was after here, though, is, okay, slap me if you want to, but I do have to ask the question. How many of these fine categories are coming from people who want their 15 minutes of fame, who want attention?
I think there's a small element of that. I don't think it's all of them. I honestly,
no.
I mean, we all know the three of us who have transitioned, and I mean everyone in here, because we've got different other things in our lives. We all know where we question what our kinks and what our identities are. We've all done that. So we've all wondered how to describe ourselves. And I totally get that. When you're a young person who's starting out and you're trying to figure out who you are, you will go through a whole huge amount of concepts about who you are and what your identity is. But what's happening now, which is different to what happened when Jen transitioned or when I transitioned or even when you transitioned, Diana, is people are doing that publicly. People are doing that online in a very in-your-face way, and they're trying to express themselves through that. And that's making this great big soup of identities come to bubbling to the surface. Now, what you're going to find is some of these people, as they grow up and mature, are going to question
It's
themselves to
already
the point where they
happening.
actually categorize
Look at the
themselves one
people
way or the
that did
other.
it 10 years ago. Like what you're describing has already happened, and it's happening because like the people that came out publicly 10 years ago are now going, oh, wait. I'm actually not trans.
Or they're saying,
I
I
got
am totally
confused
trans.
because I'm this or I'm that. Yeah. Or they're saying they're
The
totally
problem
trans, not, whatever label they labeled themselves back then.
part of the problem too, I think, with a lot of the stuff being public is it builds up its own momentum and its own steam.
Yeah.
You know, people are almost too supportive to the point where their support pushes you forward faster and more than you think you might need, and you don't
Yeah.
want to let them
Okay, I
down
see the point.
by changing your mind. Whereas if you were to do it privately and you reach a point where you're like, hey, yeah, this isn't right. You don't have, or this isn't right for me. You don't have 30 people, 300 people behind you saying, go, 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 you're great. I idolize you because you're doing this and it's helping me. And it's like,
Yeah.
that could play a part into it too.
But the support
Absolutely.
is actually important, and I think that's a great thing about now is that the young people coming through who are trans have support, which is one of the reasons why there's more trans people come forward now than there used to be, because there is more public acceptance. Even though we see a lot of hatred out there, there is a lot more public acceptance.
Yeah.
There's a lot more public acceptance for being gay or lesbian or bisexual or pansexual, and people can announce these things without necessarily having mountains of hate thrown on them. Like we can talk about kink, and when people aren't hating on us for it, that is awesome. And I really like that change to society. What I don't like is that anybody who doesn't understand that, who because they haven't had to question, because they are just plain people in the chat, plain vanilla het cis, they don't understand this because they never had to question. They never looked at their sexuality or their identity, and they don't get it. Whereas we can understand this of these people because we've all questioned about something, either in our identity or our sexuality. So we understand this.
Something else I'd like to put on that I've noticed is that, the people who question something like that, they question one major facet of their life. They start to question everything. And that's why I think we do have, in the atheist community, a much larger representation of all these alternate sexualities than you'll find in the mainstream.
There's also the aspect that, generally speaking, the atheist community is more accepting of this.
Yeah.
Because there's none of that religious baggage. There can be
it's just because
indoctrinated baggage that carries through, but in general we fight against it.
They're generally more on the left side of the aisle. They're more liberal than the general population. I mean, you do have conservative atheists,
but even they generally don't question people's identities and sexualities. They're more likely to question identity.
I was just about to bring up Silverman, who identifies as a conservative, but he's not the rabid Christian social conservative.
Yeah.
And I wasn't trying to say with what I just said that the additional support is bad. I mean, it's great that there is support out there. What I'm saying is that there might be a facet to it where it pushes you forward because you don't want to let people down who've supported you. I don't know how true that is for everyone. I'm just saying that could be something.
Right.
Well, happily, that did not.
If you do it publicly, and especially if it doesn't apply to you. When it's kind of like puberty, like when you do it in the public eye, it ain't pretty.
Well, usually you haven't got much of a choice, but you do it in the public eye. Jeez, man.
Let's try not to talk over each other. The audio gets much worse when we do that.
the young Disney starlets, the ones that start out as 12-year-olds, the singer chick. Oh goodness, I forgot her name.
Miley Cyrus.
Yes, Miley Cyrus is an example. She started out on there really young, and she had to go through all that difficulty of puberty and all that while being a public figure.
Yep.
I think
Yeah.
all the way back to Angela Cartwright, but I'm revealing my age when I say that.
Well,
Well,
it is
Shirley
something
Temple's
that's
got the same
happened.
pressures.
I mean,
How
Lost
many
in
child
Space was
stars
all
wound
about.
up getting really messed up because as they got older, they couldn't keep up in the business.
Oh yeah. I mean, you've got the Coreys, you've got Brooke Shields, which thankfully she overcame her shit. She's good. But I mean, shit. There's a lot of
Yeah.
people.
Shields is more
I
or
think
less out of
another
the
thing
public
that's
eye, isn't she?
Try check your PMs in Discord. I mean on Twitter.
What'd you ask, Diana?
Shields is more or less out of the public eye now, isn't she?
I think so.
Who?
I don't think I've seen her
Brooke
in quite a
Shields.
while. Brooke Shields.
Oh,
Oh,
Shield.
well, no, she's still doing stuff. She's not the you know she has an excellent Q rating, I'm sure, but she's still out there. I see her actually doing some interesting commercials. I I I I despised her when she was young and little. I thought that was so terrible that this child would be doing these pseudo-sexual films. But I just love her. She is such a brilliant woman.
Yeah. I adore
She
Brooke
just I have
Shields.
a lot of respect for her.
Uh,
I honestly hadn't paid much attention to her in years. Um, but I haven't paid much attention to films in years. I mean, just as a general thing.
yeah. I think back to the communities though. Another thing that I've seen, again, I've been involved since the gay community was forming in the 80s. And one of the things that's happened has actually been a couple of communities have merged together to some degree in that time. They were overlapping groups.
Phil
But
Holland, I love you too.
but one of the things that I remember, through the 90s as being very contentious was that the LGBT community did not really want the kinksters in there.
yeah.
That the
Oh, there have been.
BDSM people were something that they didn't want included in this at all.
Well,
Well,
and
it
that
kind of
dynamic is still here today.
yeah, it
Okay,
is to an extent.
as I'm sorry. Go ahead, Silver. I'll shut up.
Oh no, go ahead. I was
No. You're
That's your
more salient to the
purview.
point. Go ahead.
What are we doing here, Chip and Dale? What?
just agreeing with Purple. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that the whole idea of the LGBT initially not wanting the kink factors in the is this what, an anagram? Is that what this is? What do you
Huh?
call it when
What?
the letters represent
Oh,
something? Is
the
that an
An
anagram?
acronym.
Acronym.
Yeah.
acronym. Yeah.
Acronym. I always switch those two words around. I'm sorry. That they didn't want kinks in the acronym is still going on today in a way, maybe a little bit of the reverse. That again, everybody wants to have their own piece of that identity and wants to be labeled in it, which is why we've gotten the 10 to 500 letter acronym.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll have this down finally by the end of the night.
Well, it's
Um,
like, oh, sorry.
We're working with a limited number of words. The English language, although is wonderfully fluid and growing all the time and changing all the time, is not too good at inventing its own new words. It's better at adopting words and changing their meaning and stuff.
Yeah.
We're
What were you saying,
we're
Kitty?
kind of in a prison created by our own language, and people are kind of fighting for their own turf with the words that they choose and what those words represent and what those words can do for them. The, the folks that are what I think would be called non-binary today, I think are comfortable with describing this binary. But when I was first investigating what all these different new words mean, having come out of a stealth existence, if non-binary is one thing, then what's transgender? Okay, or is transgender non-binary, or is non-binary part of transgender, or are they completely separate and not to be related? It's just also confusing, and
Yep.
I think it's just representative of the struggle that was in, as we have gained acceptance of these other things, and they are coming out now. The public needs to have words to discuss this with, and although the community within has had ways to refer to itself and its various members, many times slang, it needs to formalize more. And Leah made the point earlier, similar to that. I can page back if you don't mind my pausing to do that. Oh, that's further back. Right. She said, I identified, I don't really see it needing to be included in any kind of significant discussion like it is for trans. Leah, this is the first I've heard the word demi applied. What does that mean? Can anybody on the panel tell me what that means?
Okay.
Demisexual is a. Well, I'm assuming she means demisexual, which is on the ace spectrum. It's somebody who only becomes sexually attracted to someone after establishing a not a relationship, but an attachment. So I would not.
You are.
If I was Demi, I wouldn't necessarily find someone attractive, but then when I get to know them, then I might start to develop a sexual attraction to them based on having known them.
Excellent brain.
It's almost
Purple?
sapiosexual.
Purple,
Yeah.
Kitty, I'm sorry. Purple, I have to step out. I have to assume that this audio problem is my issue, and I need to reboot and come back in. I'll be right back, all right?
Okay.
Okay.
Purple?
He said okay
Purple?
if you can't hear him.
Yep.
Res-
Sorry.
Response?
Is my
Well,
audio
we don't
not
have to
coming
lock
through now?
rooms, so. Oh, no, wait a minute. You still have to be let in. That's right.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, so that's
Purple.
what. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say that what Tri said about the verbiage and all that. I think that's one of the pluses of using GSRM is as people develop the verbiage, instead of having to change the name every time something new comes up and everybody accepts it, it just kind of automatically be like, okay, well, you count as this. If when they, if you're sapiosexual, reciprosexual, sexual, homosexual, whatever, it's a sexual minority.
Wait. What was that second term?
Reciprosexual,
Sapiosexual.
sapiosexual, and I said reciprosexual.
Okay, what is that? This is the first time I'm hearing that.
That one is someone who doesn't find themselves sexually attracted to someone until they realize that they are attracted to them.
So you've got the reciprocity going.
Right,
Okay,
right.
fine.
Okay.
Okay, and a couple things in the side chat as far as demi. Leah's logic is saying demisexual is a person who doesn't experience sexual attraction unless they form a strong emotional connection with someone. And Tria is also explaining that she identifies as demi-romantic, which means that she can't feel a romantic attraction to someone, in her own words, until about 7 years after being friends.
Wow, that's not me.
So, not a specific time limit for everyone, but yeah, that's they have to develop some type of interpersonal connections before there can be any kind of romantic or sexual attraction.
I don't get that at all because I'm one of those
now
people
here
that
we
can
have
fall in love like that.
And so now we have yet another letter to add to the confusion.
No, all those things. That
No more letters.
all of those things that I just described are under the ACE umbrella.
Oh yeah.
So they're already in
all under
there.
the ACE
ACE,
umbrella.
mhm.
Although having lots of letters could be really interesting because you could just say I've got lots of letters after my name.
Right.
Well, but the thing is, I understand what you're saying, Pirate. But as time has moved on with this, each subgroup seems to begin to develop its own identity and community, and that letter
Yes.
works in. I mean, it used to be just a plus mark, remember? And now it's 10 letters and a plus mark.
Right, and that's
Um,
that's why I said when as you were rebooting that's the bonus of using GSRM instead of the
yeah.
gravy train of letters. If it relates to your sexuality, you're probably a sexual minority. If it relates to your romantic, you're probably a romantic minority, et cetera, et cetera.
So you're already in there. You don't have to worry about it.
People can explore and create the verbiage that they need without having to
Well,
get the general public to learn a whole new thing unless they're interested in like teaching them. Like if we could get the general public to accept GSRM, and then you meet somebody and you tell them you're some new form of sexuality that hasn't been described before, you just say, well, I'm in the GSRM community, I'm X. And then if they ask, you can say, well, X is this. And you've expanded their knowledge and you haven't had to make them relearn what to call the entire community at that point.
Yeah.
I think we're ready to take a vote and let the world know how they should deal with this from now on. Do you all agree? Wouldn't it be nice if it was that simple that we could take a vote and everybody listens to us?
It would be nice. It would be nice.
I did say that, didn't I? I said those are all those are all under the ACE umbrella, right? I don't
Yes.
Oh, my
Try
word.
is actually a little bit more knowledgeable than I am, and I gave her the link. If she wants to come in, I will happily step out and let her take the spot.
Hans is here. Hi,
Okay.
Hans, sweetie. How you doing? And Hans asks, but unpronounceable thing is still not included there. What is wrong with Scandinavian genders? I love it.
Pirate Kitty, one thing I would want to remark on that, as you say that like Demi is under the ACE umbrella, but I don't think that's really limited to ACE people. I think that, Demi or Sapio could just as easily be part of the identity of someone who is straight or gay or bisexual.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's true.
I first learned about it through the ACE community. Like the first time I ever learned the word, it was actually through a person that's asexual, which is the only reason that I kind of think of the same thing that Pirate Kitty does, like in my brain, is just because that's where I learned it. But I mean, I'm definitely, but well, I guess I can't count me because, I can't count myself. I'm number one, I'm on the ACE spectrum, and number two, I'm bi. So never mind. Anyway,
and you're a pro.
One thing I notice here is, we're talking about the demisexual stuff, and I'm going to have to say that, well, maybe I'm not demisexual, but she's a little young for me. I mean, what is she? 24.
I think the reason
some of us here will get that.
I think the reason that it gets grouped under asexual is because asexual is basically saying without sexuality, I guess. And since you don't have an attraction until that occurs, before you have the criteria met for your attraction to develop, you have no attraction. I think that's why it would be grouped under there. At least that's my thought process there.
Yeah, I can see where you got there. And that's the thing is that pretty much all the sexual identities, aren't set things. They tend to all be a spectrum.
This is true.
Like I say, my fiance was a lesbian. She did not stop being a lesbian when I was living with her. It was just that, 98 point some % of men were repulsive to her. I just happened to be in this very small minority that she felt she could deal with.
Yeah, I can what's the word for it? Relate to something like that. I'm lesbian. I actually fell for a guy, maybe about 10, 12 years ago. He was in that very narrow window, and unfortunately, he turned out to be a jerk. But what are you going to do? So, oh man, I was really sitting back and what I've got to rethink myself here. I
Sounds
mean,
like
I'm
you're
not as much a lesbian as I wanted to be.
sounds like you probably are like a 5 on the Kinsey scale. One being exclusively heterosexual, 6 being exclusively homosexual. Lots and lots of people fall on the 5s, where it's like I'm almost always attracted to, or the 5 or the 2. I'm almost
Yeah, pretty much.
exclusively, but there's 1 or 2 people where I saw them and I was like, yeah, I would consider that. you know.
And what's interesting with me is there have been a couple guys who have caught my attention, say in the last year, um, and I think, and it's okay. Yeah, it would be if they weren't married, it would be not a bad thing to have something of a full time relationship. But then could I hop into bed with them? And I'm thinking I'm not sure about that. So there are degrees in various categories as well.
Hmm.
See, I'm definitely just like right, like in the middle, or somewhere in the middle. Yeah, because I don't care. I just don't care. Female, male, I don't give a shit. I don't care. I care about
Now,
this.
Hmm.
I don't care
what's
about anything else. I care about this.
what's really interesting though is that when it comes to a female presenting person or a feminine presenting person, I don't care about the hardware. It's the presentation that I'm caring about. Is this person a woman or a man? The woman I lean toward. If that woman happens to have a dick, that's okay. I've been in that situation, and unfortunately, it really didn't go any further than just where it went. But I know I can handle that.
Um,
Okay, I just killed the
well,
conversation right
no,
there.
no,
Thread
I was
killer.
just going to pick up on something that Bo said there. That just like the meaning and use of the words change, so can sexuality and gender attractions identities.
Right.
And one thing, I don't know if anyone else here is familiar with the Klein spectrum.
No.
I know
No.
about Klein bottles, but what about the Klein spectrum?
And I
What's
know about
going on here?
Kleinfelters, but
Well, basically, the Klein test basically was a way of rating, where you would fall in different regards of attraction. Um, I should have pulled this up on Google beforehand. I actually had the opportunity to meet the guy who constructed it at a conference. But one of the points was that just saying that somebody is gay or straight doesn't really tell you a lot because in different situations that can fluctuate,
Bingo.
and that over time it can fluctuate for different people. That on different days you might be more attracted to certain things than you were to other things, a short while before. And I know for me that's
Okay,
very true, that anything about my attractions or my identities is really very fluid.
okay. I found it. If nobody has put anything out there, I can. From the font of all knowledge, I have a link. Alrighty, there we go. In case anybody wants to read up on that stuff.
Yeah. I wouldn't agree with changes of people's identities as much. I think the change in our identities more happens as we experiment with them and we figure ourselves out. Not so much that I think our identities are are mostly preset from a very young age, and a lot of it's there from birth as well. But from
Okay,
that,
so
I think we don't always know ourselves very well, and that's why there's this thing of, oh, my identity's evolved over my life. Well, some of that's our experiences in life. So some of that is, oh, and I hate the thing, socially constructed. But a lot of that is innate to us and how our brains actually developed as a young child and in the womb. So a lot of about our identities perceivingly change to other people or even to ourselves as we get older is a lot about us finding out about ourselves.
Okay,
more
Jen,
so
you've
than our
gotten
brains
rather
telling us.
quiet. It's getting
Have
hard
I?
to understand you
Sorry,
here.
Yeah,
I
try
changed the setting. So
Try
hang on.
said, I wonder how much of that isn't your identity changing, or is it your perception of that identity?
That's the
Yeah.
actual getting to.
I like.
It's your perceptions that change.
Oh, there you go. You got a little bit louder there.
That's
There
better
we
Yeah,
now.
I turned off audio processing in the app. I was wondering if I was getting some issues with it, but no, obviously I get more issues without it. So
Yeah, the changing sexuality thing, I think is definitely a thing, because I realized, the first two relationships that I was in, they were all cases of reciprocal sexuality. Like, I wasn't interested in them, and I didn't have any attraction to them until I realized that they were attracted to me. And then my current boyfriend, we got to know each other over 5 years playing a video game online. So we made an emotional connection before we even met in person.
Yeah.
So that was definitely a development of a dummy attraction, at least as I understand it. Like
yeah,
I said, I
yeah.
only really figured this stuff out like at the start of this year.
It takes a long time to figure some of this stuff out. Like as Carl just said, humans learn as we age, so surely that affects our sexual preferences as well. I don't know that it actually affects our sexual preferences, and as then it changes the way our brains are wired. There might be some of that because our brains are a little bit plastic and can change over time. But a lot of our deep seated brain structures are fairly well defined by about the age of 3, and a lot of them are defined straight out of the womb. So some of those things about how we respect how our internal stuff happens within our brain is actually preset from birth. But we still have to find that out for ourselves. Ourselves are partly a mystery to ourselves because our conscious brain isn't the be all and end of us. We are largely our subconscious brain, and that makes
you
most of our
Freudian.
decisions for. Yeah, well, it's true though, but largely our subconscious brain makes choices for our conscious brain.
Oh, yes. Our,
When,
It
our
does.
brain is constantly filtering things and making a lot of choices that we are never aware of.
yeah,
Which
so,
is exactly why I don't like the idea of people. Well, this may be an unpopular opinion, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. This is one reason why I think it's a bad idea and possibly a mistake to get in a hurry to adopt a new label or a new thing before, like, explore it. There's nothing wrong with that. Explore it. Do all the exploring you want. Like, explore to the high seas, motherfucker. You go. Like, sail to the moon. That's great. But it doesn't mean you have to, like, change your label every week. Like, you don't have to do that. Just, if you're trying to discover who you are, discover who you are. And then if
be
you want to come out
questioning.
about it, exactly. There
Yeah,
you go.
You know what?
that's my favorite added-on tag to LGBT.
Yeah.
Is questioning, because that's what everyone should be. We should be questioning ourselves all the time and figuring ourselves out, because people do this throughout their entire lives. There are people who don't understand that they're bi or gay until they're in their 60s or 70s. It's like a light bulb comes on. They go, oh,
Yeah.
crap.
Could it
And
also could it also be the social pressures to
oh,
conform?
definitely.
Sure,
Like Carl
absolutely,
says,
absolutely.
humans learn as they age. Surely that affects our sexual preference as well. Maybe it's not so much your sexual preference as your desire to care what society thinks. You hit a certain age and you're just like, you know
You
what?
become more open.
I like the D. I'm a dude. I like the D, and I don't give a fuck what you think.
A lot of it is to do with social pressures, and I've personally known a number of people, who went through and did what society expected of them. They went to college, they graduated, they got married, and it wasn't until their kids were grown and out of the house and they're in their 50s that they realized that, I'm really not straight.
I know so many people like that.
And that is,
Like,
and that's so sad.
They
And
did everything that was expected, and they were still miserable. And they finally realized, shit, I can't run away from it.
Is Jen coming back, or
Don't know.
I don't know. She indicated in a manner that she was having some trouble with her hardware. Where did I see that?
She's having trouble with her hardware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she said
So
she
try-
did need to completely reboot, but
I do want to
Here we
touch
are.
on one point.
She's on
real
an
quick before I
iPad.
forget.
So she's having a little problem with that.
Let's hit something else.
I can see
controversial.
where you would have a problem with an iPad, but that's another story entirely.
Hey.
One thing that makes me wonder, when
Wait,
I was in the,
can we get Try to come in if Jen's not going to come back? Can Try come in and contribute too? Because
Yeah,
Try is.
that'd be
yeah,
good.
Tria, do you have a
Yeah.
link there?
I sent her a link.
Okay.
oh, good.
Can we
Yay,
hit
go.
something
Yeah.
else controversial?
Well,
though?
Tria, you can always come in, and if Jen comes in, there can be someone else in the room, and we can rotate people in and
Rotate
out.
around.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
drop out. Jen can come in. Like it.
Yeah.
It works
We can
anyway.
figure it out.
Yeah.
If you want to hit something else controversial, Bo brought up the whole thing is where do we draw the line with the 70 plus genders when you're talking about people who actually are either transgender or transsexual and people who have been labeled transtrenders.
I don't like that term.
Oh,
I don't particularly like it either.
You
I
can't-
have been labeled transtrender, and it's very
Really?
annoying. Yes.
I think
Can
that-
I ask,
not
has
by
anyone
using-
ever self-identified as transgender, or has
Nope.
that only been thrown
That's
at
a-
people as an insult?
No,
It's-
it's been
it's
held
an
as an
insult.
insult.
An insult.
And I was
It's-
going to make a
yeah,
joke,
it's
but
just
it
an
might be a
insult.
little bit mean, so I won't say it.
No, you can say whatever you
Go
want.
ahead.
I
We're
was
not
going to
gonna
say,
have-
Diana,
being nice.
you're a little old to be trendy.
Now, there are a couple of people who actually said, "Oh, you're just after the attention. That's why you're doing this." And it's like,
What kind of-
Yeah,
Like that was what bleh. People were claiming that Onision, that his
Mm-mm.
husband is a transtrender, and it's just like you can't know a person's mind. So I mean, until you have a reason to suspect that they're actually lying, just believe them.
yeah. I would agree
Yeah.
with
I
that,
choose
Kitty.
No.
not to acknowledge.
I would like to
either
add
of them.
though that
Tria.
I would
"Hey,
like to
Tria,
add, though,
hi,
that
yay!"
Hey, Tria.
I would like to add though that there is probably an element of some people who are jumping on not so much a trend. There is not a trend of being trans. It's certainly not something you want to just
It's
jump
just
into.
questioning, and
Yeah.
they get labeled that, and that's
Yeah.
where what I was just talking about comes into play. Is like
Mhm.
you get labeled a trender when you're really not. You shouldn't be adopting an identity because you don't know, sweetheart. You don't know.
And there's
also,
that
Yeah.
there's that element of adopting an identity because it makes you kind of popular with your young friends because you're perceived as being brave or something like that. And I think that has happened. I'm not saying it hasn't, but to deliberately label somebody out at the point that they're coming out, I think is counterproductive. And
Yeah.
it's not a fair way to attack. It's not fair to attack somebody like that. I mean, let's bring up somebody that most people in here probably don't have a huge amount of respect for, Riley Dennis.
Yeah.
Um,
I knew we were going there.
Don't know them.
but I'm doing this for a reason. Riley Dennis was heavily labeled as a transtrender. Riley
Yes.
Dennis is definitely not a transtrender.
No.
Riley Dennis is
Oh, right.
heavily on hormones, has had surgery, is planning SRS.
Yep.
Riley Dennis is not a transtrender. Riley Dennis has some fucking dumb ideas. I will go with that.
Oh, you can
Most
say
of
that
the
one.
time,
But
most
it's
of the
not
time
a
that I've-
transtrender.
most of the
Yeah.
time that I have heard transtrender, it's, and I am not in the trans community. I do have friends who are, obviously, or wouldn't be here. But a lot of times when I hear transtrender, it's usually pointed at somebody who is non-binary, who is truly non-binary, and they just don't like what that non-binary person has to say. So they
Yeah.
try to delegitimize
That
that
is the thing,
person with
too.
transgender. And that is where my problem comes with it, because you are now poking holes in somebody's identity who could truly be who they say they are. And I'm of the mind. Now, obviously, I don't want to include everybody because not everybody's LGBTQ plus, but I don't want to. I would rather make the mistake of including somebody and finding out later that they didn't really belong there than leaving some queer out in the cold.
Yeah, I
Or
agree.
some
with you,
questioning
Fry.
person out in the cold.
I'm of that opinion. I will say though, if you were asked me 5 years ago if I thought that, I would have an entirely different opinion.
Oh, I had all kinds of different opinions. If you had met me when I was super Mo, like, you would have at the very least avoided me, probably would have hated me. Because even though I was nice, like I do have that personality trait, I was taught that trans people had a mental illness and that we were supposed to pity them and feel sorry for them and try to help them, but in the Christian right version, sort of.
Well, I
Yeah.
think
Okay.
I'm sorry for that.
I'll be
I
right
think
back.
one
I
of the
gotta
things
get
we need to open up that our society is not good about is that questioning is okay.
Yes.
And that
Oh
it's
yeah,
all right for people
absolutely.
to be uncertain and to experiment with different things until they figure out what they really want.
If there's one
Just
message I could give to young people or just people, it would be that it is okay to question yourself. It's okay. Do it. I encourage it. Fuck.
Yeah, but our
just a little-
society is really down on that. Our society is that, you
Mm-hmm.
need to be decisive. You need to know.
And then it judges you for knowing and judges you if you get it wrong. Like, it judges you no matter what. You're going to be judged no matter which way you go. So you might as well just go ahead and question. Question your shit. Do your thing.
Yeah,
By the way,
Live your
Troy,
life.
I think this is the first time you and I have actually been in a stream together.
Okay.
I don't think
Sorry.
think everything was heard.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
okay.
we got a couple things going on here. Number one, Jen is back in the side chat, and number two, we've got somebody by the name of the Koala who is curious about how to get into the conversation.
Yeah, I don't know who the koala is, but they did say
I don't
earlier in the
either.
chat that they are trans. So I'm guessing
Yeah.
they want to say something. It's entirely up to you,
Purple, do you want
Perps.
me
It's
to-
your
Yeah,
channel.
no,
Jump out. So that
unless
Jen
this
can
is somebody that
jump in?
somebody knows, I'd rather you just ask questions in the side chat there and,
Yeah.
we'll read those out.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all
Do you
can
want me
throw
to
me
jump
back
out
out
so
at
that
any
Jen
point.
can try to get in?
I'll rotate out for a bit. I want to go somewhere where
Sure.
no one can go for me.
Why?
Okay, so do we have somebody volunteering to step out?
Yeah,
to
I am
Jen back in?
volunteering. I'll swap out for a bit.
Okay.
Wait, did somebody whisper my
How do we do
name?
this?
There. Okay. No, I had to
I
find
was
the right
volunteering
buttons.
and she beat me too.
There we go.
Okay, so we just have to go a little slower so we don't trample over each other, because I think that's what's causing a lot of the audio issues that Jen's hearing is,
Yeah.
Troy will start talking and then Diana will start talking and it just goes woo.
Yeah, I think when there's more than one person talking at a time, it's kind of overloading it and it's all getting too jumbled.
Yeah, it's one thing I do like about Zoom, and there's not much that I do like, but the one thing I do like is the thing they have where you can raise your hand and ask to be called on. It kind of helps. Well, if you remember some of the older movie nights, it isn't necessarily perfect at reducing the over talking, but it can. Oh my! I miss Cy getting pissed at us for over talking. I really do. God, Cy, I love you. I miss you so much.
I'm sorry.
Okay, change subjects. We don't need to dwell on that tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with what Troy was saying about the whole, I don't see the harm in more people being included rather than less people. And then once people are included, then it can be a discussion. But actually, that's part of this too. Is this if anybody can answer this, please do. But why is it that I see people having issues on Twitter and being called transphobic because they disagree on the proper label? Like, not saying you're not non-binary, you're just a snowflake, blah blah blah, but just saying, like, I don't think that you fit as a transsexual, I think you're transgender. Oh, that's transphobic. I don't understand that. You're not being their identity is not being denied.
I think the
I
people who are
haven't
saying that
heard
do not
this.
understand what phobic means.
Mhm.
Right? Yeah.
I think that's something to be discussed, is what exactly is bigotry and what is
Yeah,
being phobic, because like there's people can think things in their heads, but if they don't act on them and they don't say them and they don't treat people differently because of them, it's
I
just a thought.
yeah. I tried to
Right.
touch on that a little bit this past Sunday with the whole dating thing, and are you transphobic if you would rather not date a trans person? But there
mhm.
is so much more to that. That, oh my word, you could take half a year
Hmm.
to go over that. And
Did,
the one I would, but the thing is that I'm a little bit afraid that my audience would get a little bit bored with it. I mean, if there's if there's the chance that my audience would like to go on with this and continue with the are you transphobic if, or the whole gender qualification
I
thing,
would love to see
I'm
it.
fine with it. I'll do it.
I
That's no
would love
problem
to
at
see it
all.
personally. I mean, like, I'm sorry I missed it last week, but
Yeah, me
Because I'll
too.
tell you, it's
while I was gone,
Hmm.
did you bring up the gender nonconforming thing that we talked about?
We really didn't get into that yet.
Okay.
yeah, it's where the hell was I going to go with this one?
But because I
Okay,
was
my train of thought derailed. When
Okay,
you get
there's
old, the
something
mind is the second thing to go, and I forget
I
what the
kind
first
of want
is.
to ask about that, and it's because I've seen something kind of similar in ace spaces, and I'm wondering if it's happening in trans spaces as well. Sometimes I wonder how much purity testing is going on of, oh, you're not really a trans person, or you're not really a non-binary person. And
Oh
I
my
think that
word!
that might play a little bit into that, not always.
Mhm.
Some people are just throwing around words just because people like to get whatever advantage they can. But sometimes, especially if you are a non-binary person talking to a trans medicalist, a lot of
Mhm.
trans medicalism translates into purity testing
Okay, now wait a minute.
sometimes.
What is transmedicalism?
Some people think that you cannot be trans unless you have fully transitioned, including the surgery.
Okay. Now
Oh,
that's
okay,
what.
okay.
Let me get on this. This is my points. The word trans means nothing. It is a prefix in this discussion, and when people use it, all they do is muddy the waters. And I'm not pointing at you, Try,
Mm-hmm.
because this is what the community is doing to itself right now.
Yeah.
There's not trans. Trans doesn't just it is attached to so many different people in so many different states of existence, that it becomes completely useless and totally confusing. There's as we were talking last night when we were prepping for the show and stuff. Jens, myself, Diana, we term ourselves transsexuals. Okay, we're old
Mm-hmm.
school. That's the word that existed back then. And to bring it into today's discussion, we use it as the word to define somebody who has um, gender dysphoria, has sought therapy, has sought medical treatment, has had surgery or intends to have surgery, or desires to have surgery but is prevented for some reason. Um, and that individual is different than somebody who today is calling themselves transgender. What transgender means today is, I think, where all the discussion and argumentation and strife is existing.
Well, I mean,
Everybody
there's
wants
Well, I
to use
have-
the term, but nobody knows what it means.
I think there's a difference between trying to make sure that everybody is kind of on the same page with trying to communicate with each other, which is where a lot of our fights are coming. And no, we're excluding you because you don't fit my X purity test. And I have come across some people who it is a purity test. And it's not pretty to watch.
A lot of that purity testing that you discuss, and I agree that it exists, is coming from people who aren't trans, who aren't non-binary, who aren't anything other than a cis man or woman.
But I think that part of the problem is like, in order to fit a definition, you have to pass it some kind of, like, you have to meet the definition.
Well,
That's true.
So, like,
the thing
if you,
is that I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, the whole bit with purity testing is crafting the criteria in such a way that it's a very, very narrow opening through which you have to pass in order to fulfill the definition. So, you can craft the criteria where you have to have had the surgery. You have to have gone under the knife and got your crotch worked on. And no, that isn't it, man, because you're trans before you go under the knife, because you're going under the knife because you're trans.
You're
for
trans.
fuck's sake.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there, Diana. I do
don't
think
like
there
the
is an
word-
element, though, of some people wanting to label themselves trans when they obviously aren't, and I think that's where the confusion comes in.
see, I don't think it's unreasonable to say, okay, transsexual is this specific thing,
Yeah,
which is what Jen just described, and transgender is, and I'm not. When I say these words and say, like, this means this, I'm not saying it for, like, limiting people. I'm saying it for clearness of speech.
yeah.
As someone who's not in the trans community, if somebody says they're trans to me, I say I'm transgender, or, well, I don't know what that means. Does that mean that you are a male to female transgender? Are you non-binary? Are you a demi girl, a demi boy? It doesn't give enough. It's not narrow enough to mean anything.
Well,
So having,
Well, there's the problem. You see, you can also open up the definition so wide that it loses all meaning. I said before,
And that's one
I
of
mean,
the problems we're having now.
for
is that
Christ's
it
sake,
is
yeah.
wide.
And that's why-
the community, the activism groups or whatever it is, are opening the definition of transgender so wide that even a what's the word for it? I forget. A drag queen qualifies as transgender. No, I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. And when you open a definition that wide and the term loses all meaning, where are you? It's not advancing the conversation at all.
It's hard to find the balance, because, like, something that I was thinking about, and I was kind of knew we'd get to this point anyway. I'm like, well, when you think of a rock, just like a rock, what kind of rock do you think about? Because there are many different kinds of rocks.
Oh,
But
yeah.
we all agree that a rock is a rock, whether it's volcanic, whether or not it's a pebble, whether or not it's and usually when we see a boulder, we call it boulder, but we accept that that's also a rock. So it's kind of like, you have to, like you said, you have to find a way to make sure that that rock specifically means a rock, but doesn't necessarily keep the other things that are rocks out.
And
Right.
maybe I'm being a bitch here, but well, I probably am. When I was coming up through the ranks, I came to understand the whole, say, transgender thing as a matter of identity rather than action. It's the way Aaron Ra complains about what Ken Ham and his ilk do with classifications of animals and life forms, classifying them. The Bible classifies animals by what they do, not by what they are. And here I see that you have people classifying or attempting to classify us by what we do rather than what we are. And this is where you get a problem with the drag queen being classed as transgender, when, at least as far as any definition I knew over the last 15 years, there was no meeting that definition.
Right. That's what I say. That's why I don't see how people can make the argument that by saying, okay, a transsexual is someone who is going from one end of the spectrum to the other, who seeks surgery, who seeks complete transition, social, physical, and all that, and saying, okay, that's what a transsexual is. And a transgender person is non-binary, non-binary people, anybody who's not all in, all the way, and they're somewhere in the middle. That way, when somebody walks up and they say, "I'm transgender," you have an idea. Okay, this means this person could be non-binary. They could be a demi. They could be this, and this. And then when somebody walks up to you and says they're transsexual, you're like, okay, well that means that they are identifying with the opposite end of the spectrum than what they were assigned at birth.
Yeah.
Well, there's the thing is, I'm beginning to wonder, well, not beginning to wonder, I've wondered for quite a while, with the terms appearing, how many of them are redundant. You have, for example, the transgender and transsexual. You also have, I don't know if it's still in use out there, the transvestite and cross-dresser. Where I'm looking at these terms and I'm thinking, okay, transvestite and crossdresser mean the same thing. Why is there a distinction? It's a distinction without a difference.
It was actually done by their communities, Diana, that one, because transvestite was considered the fetish and cross-dressing was just considered a relaxing thing that people did.
Oh.
Yeah, that was the reason why it was separated.
Okay,
yes, I do too, but that is the reason why they did it. Cross-dressing had less negative connotations.
That highlights exactly that in some schools or some circles, that is absolutely true what you said. In other circles, it's not.
No, that's right. And,
okay. And now, what my position is that part of the problem is that we Americans, I guess I'll say, because I can't speak for countries that I don't know, are unbelievably lazy when it comes to their education and discipline, and we have had a very, very sloppy relationship with our language for a long time, and this is an example of how it comes out. Another example that we could point to is the argument that goes on in the flat Earth community with the concept of something being a law. What does that mean? Or a theory? What does that mean? What is a hypothesis? What does that mean? That people take and instead of reading a reference material and seeing what the reference material defines something as, they just take it and use it to what they think it means, and many times it is incorrect. And
this is why I always say people need to define terms.
It muddies the discussion. It helps to build ignorance. It causes conflict. People need to accept that there are authorities and take the time to learn what those things say, so that we at least have a base point that we are starting a discussion from.
But that's
yesterday when we were talking about this again, we looked at, well, how can we begin to sort this out and to make this easier to understand and help our community and the public do better at this. And we thought of, well, all of these people, transsexual, transgender, non-binary, blah, 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 all fit under one concept of gender non-conforming. Okay, but that in itself would be a red flag for somebody and probably gets screamed at as transphobic, because you have placed this label that sounds very clinical, very authoritative. But all it's really saying is that everybody here is something other than, and here comes the big bad word, normal.
Oh boy.
Okay. Well, what is normal?
Cis.
Okay, well,
cis.
99.5% of the population is not trans. That's the normal. Now, if you want to put a value of normal is good and everything else is bad, well, that's your problem. All it says to me is that there's a way to separate the mass of what is usually seen versus the folks who don't fit that because something is different.
I still think normal's the
Okay.
wrong word for you, though, Jen. I think you are going down the wrong language path there, because
But you can
normal
see,
denotes that something else is
Well-
abnormal, and it's not. I mean, we look in nature and we can see the same differences that we see in ourselves in other animals. So
Okay,
it's not
but the thing is-
abnormal; it's unusual.
But still, you
it-
look back and the mass of whatever you're talking about is one way, and the exceptions are within that or are next to it.
Your half
should-
a percent is wrong too, because
But-
Okay.
the
but the
current
thing
current
is-
acceptance is about 1% of the population.
the thing
so-
is, though, even if you use cis, then you leave out intersex people, because a lot of intersex people are cis, but we're not normal, quote unquote. What I'm saying, you know?
Most intersex people are actually assigned one or the other at birth, and a cis only refers to what you're assigned at birth.
Right.
Then
but
yeah,
a lot of,
more or less most people are either trans or cis, some form of trans, either transgender or transsexual or cis.
oh, okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah, never mind.
So,
then.
so yeah,
You were you were speaking specifically to being trans or non-trans. I was saying,
which is what Jan was saying. But
Right.
yes, if you're talking about outside of that box, yeah, there's way more than 2 possible labels you can have. I mean, how many of them do each of us hit? I mean, I hit quite a few.
Yeah.
I cover quite a few of those letters in LGBT.
Mhm.
I only cover 2 really, but I still more than one.
Yeah,
So,
I think I'm 2. I think I'm only 2 as well, intersex and
Yeah.
ace. But the part of
Um,
but something you said, Jen, though, you said people need to define their terms. But even
Yes.
then, I don't understand how that can work when people make up their own definitions. Because everybody's accepted that whole, and I'm not saying it's wrong that words have
Different meaning.
usage, not meaning.
Yeah.
I don't
Oh, you
disagree with
sound like
that.
Dr. Jones.
I got that from s03e02.
Okay, because a guy I used to work with, his thing was, words have usage, not meaning.
But until the usage changes and changes dramatically, wow, that's a new word. Changes like with many people, you have to go with what the definition is my thought. Because when you say transgender, you ask 3 transgender people and they're going to give you 3 different definitions, and then you ask a doctor
Yeah.
or a scientist and they're going to give you the dictionary definition.
Right,
So
you
who
have
gets-
definitions.
Who has
You
the
have
right definition? You have to agree on which one you're going to use. And
Bingo.
if
Yeah.
if you don't like my definition, you're not going to accept my definition, and then we're still going to be sitting here talking past each other.
Yeah. Well,
Because I'm
Which
going to be
is,
speaking with my definition, you're going to be speaking with yours.
like the
Which
word
is what
theory
fundies have a
in
habit of
common
doing.
usage, people think they know what it means. But if you're talking to a scientist, theory means something different than what it means to the general population.
Yeah, I'm actually planning making a video on this.
Well, for me, I've actually considered making a tweet chain with my definitions, and I've decided that given that the only time we in our circles refer to theory is when we are defending evolution, gravity, cell theory, that I'm not going to accept theory as anything other than the scientific definition, because the only time I ever use it is in relation to scientific theories that people are trying to use the colloquial definition to debunk.
Well, yeah,
But
and
that's a tangent.
the problem is we need to educate the public at large that there's another word, hypothesis, which means
Yes.
what they think theory means.
But I don't see a problem with having colloquial meanings for words as well as scientific ones.
Mhm.
As long as you explain that you're not using the colloquial meaning and you're using the scientific meaning. So if
Right.
you're going to say theory, don't just say theory if you mean the scientific theory. Say
A
scientific theory.
theory. Right.
Unless you're talking
Well,
with
there's
another
the
science
thing.
about something and it's in context, that's fine. But if you're not in context, say scientific theory, because if the other person is saying theory, they are possibly more likely than not meaning scientific theory. There was a conversation I had with Lizzie Lang the other day about
I saw it.
trans women using the word female, because there is this thing that female is a term used in science that is meant to represent biological sex. So
Yes.
if you're a trans woman, you are not biologically female. True.
Right.
But
Right.
the colloquial meaning of female is someone who presents and is visually seen as female, because if you ask the person, with most trans people, is that a man or a woman or a male or a female, they will say what that person is presenting. And that is a colloquial use. And if you're asked on an ID form, are you male or female? Generally, that's what they're asking for. They're not asking for your biological sex. And this is my argument with Lizzie. I said, you are arguing on a basis of the scientific meaning of female, but for the average person, that's not what they mean. When they say female, they mean the same as woman or girl. And this is not the same meaning.
It would really be nice, well, I'd like to see it anyway, if in grade school, when you were learning definitions of words and you were learning words, that the kids learned to use the terms masculine and feminine. They have the same initials, so you can fill in the same boxes on the driver's license, no problem at all. But those of us in the biological sciences, and yes, I trained in the biological sciences, we get our stricter definition, and the public gets to learn, if they're willing, a little bit more about how things kind of work, because I would see it as instructive, as a good thing, if the average Joe or Josephine on the street could get an idea of the difference between male and masculine or female and feminine. It might clear up some of the problems that we trans folk have. Of course, it won't
it's
with
purely
everybody.
a problem of language with most people, Diana. It's not bigotry bigotry isn't rare, but bigotry is a minor problem for most of us. I mean, it is out there, and we do cop it. And there is this thing for trans people called passing privilege, and the more you pass, the less hassle you get. And it's an unfortunate thing, and society shouldn't be like that. And there needs to be more of us who can pass to come out and say, hey, yeah, we do pass. We know we pass. Stop giving us shit and stop giving other people shit, because they don't deserve it either.
Well, this is an
when
interesting thing.
When these discussions exist, I think what is important for each of us as agents of this discussion, and with the intent of trying to help the community, the world, develop a better understanding, that we need to take each individual discussion that we get involved in and step back ourselves and do a mental assessment of it. Is this feeling hostile? How is this person taking my terms? And take that moment to do what you many times do in a discussion on a scientific level or on a professional level, is you ask the question, define your terms. Okay.
And here's another thing,
that by doing that, we establish the common framework, and that we can't have a discussion that makes any sense until we both know that we're operating on the same code book.
Well, there's the thing. A lot of people will use the terms in a deliberate attempt to confuse the issue, like the Ken Hams of the world and the Ken Hovens of the world. You see, I personally know a number of AFAB. For those who don't know the acronym, that's assigned female at birth, that look more masculine than I ever did prior to trans, but they don't get a problem. they're immediately
Well, they do
accepted
though,
as.
Diana.
They do.
They don't get a problem by the fraternity that is against trans people, but they get a problem from the things that those fraternities push for. If you push for like toilet legislation, the majority of the people that are going to get hurt by being pushed out of toilets for being trans are not going to be trans women. They're going to be cis women. The majority of the abuse that's going to be held at trans people because of any of the stupid things that the Trump administration or the TERFs want to do or the far-right religious want to do to legislate against trans people is ultimately not going to hurt a trans person. It's going to hurt a cis woman first.
Well, I've read of situations where there was one I remember where there was someone in the women's crapper who was looking under the stall doors with, okay, what you got there? Do you belong here? You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I do read you on that one loud and clear.
Yeah, that kind of policing is ridiculous. But I mean, you get a woman who's PCOS, for example, got a little bit more facial hair than you'd expect. Maybe has had a little bit more tea in her life because of the PCOS and has a slightly deeper voice. And she goes into a woman. She is a cis woman. She goes into a women's loo, gets harassed by one of these assholes, and gets booted out. And this has happened several times in certain locations. She gets
I've
harassed.
read of a few incidents of that.
Yeah, and she is a cis woman. This happens more often to cis women than it does to trans women, because most trans women who don't pass well enough to go into the female loos go home to go to the loo. They hold it unless they really desperately have to, because they don't want to face that crap.
Or they've made a
Those
mental,
of us who
a mental
pass
map of
don't
all
have
the
a problem.
unisex bathrooms.
Yeah, well, they head for the unisex or disabled bathrooms. Yeah, exactly. And those of us who do pass well enough, we don't get given shit when we go into the loos because nobody questions us. So
I've been really lucky
it's like,
in that
what the
respect.
fuck?
I have no idea how I ever got to be that lucky, because I'll tell you, many times I look in the mirror and I see an old man looking back at me, but for some reason, maybe these folks are being nice, or maybe they don't give a shit or whatever, I am accepted as the woman I am. And then on some days, I happen to see my reflection in the glass, and ooh, that's a pretty woman. Oh, wait a minute, that's me.
I like your
I think we
bus
talked.
story. Yeah.
Yeah, the one we were talking about. For those who don't know, I like to sit in the seat right behind the rear door on buses, and most often there's plexiglass in front of those seats. And there's one day I'm sitting in the bus and we're going wherever we need to go, and I happen to see a reflection of a young lady's face in the window, and ooh, she's kind of pretty. Wait a minute, that's me. I got shocked all the
Hey,
hell.
if you're not attracted
when
by
that
yourself,
happened.
There's something wrong with you, Diana.
That was early
I turn
on
myself
in my,
on all the time.
That was early on in my transition. So I took that as a good deal of validation. And then the other one, the other one is I was actually going to one of my gender counseling appointments, and it was a nice summer day, it was nice and warm. I weighed a lot less than I do now. So, I had the tight top, had the skirt halfway up my arse, and just walking down the street and enjoying the day. And here comes this convertible going the other way. Guy behind the wheel, I don't know, maybe about 65 or so. But as he's going the other way, you see the head turn, and there's this smile on his face, and it's like, validation. Sometimes that's all it takes.
I mean, there are valid issues. Yeah. See, if we're going to talk about prejudice against trans people, which I don't know why I'm going in this direction at all, because I already have.
I don't know.
If we're talking about things like the sports issue that came up, and there's a couple of other minor issues like that, but yeah, hear me out though. I can see reasons for arguments. I don't necessarily agree with them, but I do understand why there needs to be a certain level of fairness in sports. Now, as I've published so many times on Twitter, I actually don't give a shit about elite level sports. I don't give a fuck who's allowed to compete and not allowed to compete. I honestly think all top level sports should be open categories and then split by abilities, and then you can have people competing with other people who are at similar abilities at the elite level. But if you ignore the elite level and you go to the club level where you've got women's teams competing against each other, and women's softball, women's netball, women's basketball, stuff like that, that stuff should not be touched because that's a social aspect of being a woman. And being able to have our personal spaces is very important. And at that level, this argument of trans women shouldn't be allowed to compete with other women falls flat on its fucking face, because we're women, they're our spaces, we should be able to be in those spaces. And that's my argument about it. And I don't give a shit what anybody says in the chat or anything else. That's how I feel about it. Have your elite sports where you want. Exclude us if you really want. As long as you don't exclude us from our participation at the lower levels.
Yeah, I don't really care about the professional sports all that much. I am a baseball fan, and there is the problem in baseball where women have actively been forced out. There was a minor league pitcher about 40 years ago who was a woman. She didn't last long because her teammates, her coaches, manager did not want her there. That's the only case I know of.
I have wondered about that because baseball in particular seems to be one sport that I don't see why women couldn't compete equally with men.
She was damn good. She was a damn good pitcher.
In a lot of sports, if you have the correct categories to split people up into other attributes, which are actually where there's a lot less fairness in sports, you can have most sports mixed. There's not a problem with that. The problem is we generally don't have enough competitors, and there's an expense element at the elite level. And the idea of separating sports into genders was a sexist thing, and it didn't come because women wanted our own space where we would be able to compete on our own footing. It came because men didn't want us competing with them. Because if you weren't quite as good as an athlete, as a guy, and you got beaten by a woman, you looked like a piece of shit to the other dudes.
Yeah.
And that was the whole thing. It wasn't about protecting women. It was about protecting fragile men's egos.
Yeah.
That's what it was all about. So at the elite level, get rid of it. Put it all together and split people by things that actually make a bigger difference.
Well, okay, Jens, what you were saying about, at the amateur levels and that, about having their own space, okay, I get what you're saying, your whole argument there.
Yep.
But then you've got kind of intermediate areas that it becomes more confusing, like, high school sports that are being organized
around gender.
Yeah, usually organized around gender, but just that they're being organized by whatever committee or overseeing board.
If you're talking about at the high school level where that's a competition and not just within the school itself, my point would be for a trans person to compete, they should follow the rules for that organization. So if your requirement is that you have for a trans woman, you have a testosterone level that's lowered to this level by X amount, then that's what you should be stuck with. And the reason why they did it as lowering the testosterone level is that if you're a young person transitioning, you're probably not on hormones, you're just having your hormones blocked. So as long as they are not getting the benefits of having testosterone, there is no reason why they can't compete. Because you're talking about a young person transitioning, and there's somebody who's had their puberty blocked has no advantage. There is no argument at that. Somebody who's had their puberty blocked has definitely no advantage.
Specifically at the high school level, I see that as being a humongous problem because not everyone enters puberty at the same age.
Yes,
so you could
tell
have
me about that one.
Yeah,
you could have 16-year-old boys who have significantly less testosterone than 16-year-old girls.
Yes, you can. But my point is, if you're going to put it at the level where you're talking about high school kids who then go and compete in state and things like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're doing it at that level, they should be competing they're competing semi-professionally, so they should be competing with the same rules that are adopted by that athletics organization for inclusion. So if we have rules for that inclusion, they have to compete under those rules. So if that means they have to have had their testosterone blocked for 12 months before they're allowed to compete, then they have to have had their testosterone blocked, or else they don't compete. They don't compete at that level. But at the school level, they can compete. They just don't get entitled to go onto the state competitions unless they meet the criteria.
Classifications in sports is not just with the human dynamic. Um, I have a background in auto racing. There are many, many, many different classes of cars for racing, for competition. It's based on the weight of the car. It's based on the size of the engine. But it even goes so far as to what modifications you can make on an engine to allow it to breathe better and do its job better, and therefore create more power. There are regulations about the types of suspension that you can have, the types of body work that you can have, all these things that affect performance. You can take apart the human. Who's making that noise?
That's Diana
Oh, hang on.
typing.
Hang on.
There's all kinds of things that can affect performance, and those things are legislated. And you could divide human beings up into that same thing.
Yeah, I mean,
they're one of the problems with women's sports today in terms of this discussion is the untruths that are being broadcast as the danger facing women's sports, which is a large part of what that whole argument with RR and that atheist group it blew up over. If their truths, what they call truths, were correct, that people are going to change just so that they can compete and exceed beyond the capability of a woman because they're still a man, and that's just not real. People aren't going to do that. They're not going to cut their bodies up or take these very toxic chemicals into their body just so that they can compete in sport. If this was true, if they were doing that, since this has been going on for such a long time, we would already see transgender people dominating in women's sports, and they're not.
No,
they
not.
are just not.
And that's the fact. You get some outliers who are going to compete really well, but you get outliers in the cis population. This is the reality of it. If we're going to compete, there's going to be those of us who compete well and well enough to break records and win medals.
Okay,
that's reality. And just saying you can't compete well is not. That's ridiculous.
When I was in high school, I was a competitive swimmer. Of course, I was on the boys' team, which is a whole nother story about how humiliating it was having a naked top all the time, at least in my mind. And even at my peak, when I conditioned as hard as I could and I was performing as the best I could, there were girls in high school who could kick my ass, okay, who would beat me in a 50-yard race, which in those days, a typical time for a 50-yard sprint in swimming was 27, 28, maybe 29 seconds. There were women who were doing it at 26, okay, which is a huge margin of victory in that particular sport. And no matter what I did, I could not beat them. I just was not good enough for whatever reason. And I had the male physique, of course. I had the male muscle structure, and all these other things that they attribute to testosterone. Why did that happen? I can't explain it. They were just better. That's the way it goes. That's what sport is.
You had a question about blockers, didn't you, Try, or a statement about it? I noticed you put something in
I was also saying that, like, some parents are not going to let their kids go on blockers either.
Yeah, I think that is unfortunate. It does, and this is always going to be the case. There are always going to be some people. You are not going to please absolutely everybody with however this is done. It is actually impossible. That is why trans women have to accept, and I've been both transgender and transsexual women have to accept that there are going to be rules of engagement for this stuff. And we're going to have to live with that. You can't have open slather. This is one of those complicated topics. But on the other side of that is, whilst we have to accept that that's the case, and we're going to accept that some kids aren't going to get the support they need, We're also going to have to accept that there's going to be rules about which kids get that support, and that's to protect the occasional kid who really probably shouldn't have been on blockers in the first place. And I totally get that. No, let me finish, please.
Yeah, I will.
I totally get that, but I also have to say that from the other side of it, there needs to be this acceptance. I don't agree with this concept of you have to prove that the individual person doesn't have an advantage. I don't think that's fair because individual people do have advantages over other people. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
You need to prove that on average there is no advantage.
I have a friend who is cis, and she is taller than any man I have ever met.
Yeah.
And she could outrun just damn near anybody, partially because of her leg length and partially because she works in construction.
What the hell is she? 7'22"?
She's like 7'1", I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And she's cis. She's not trans. She is cis.
Oh, right.
And I'm like, she could outrun anybody on that field damn near about. I'm sure professional runners could probably outrun her. But if she trained and she decided she wanted to do field running, she'd have an obvious advantage.
Oh, one of the biggest differences that has been shown to be between men and women is the access to training facilities and trainers. There is definitely a greater level of emphasis given to men in sports, which means that they have better training facilities and train better. And in a lot of sports, if you take the people of the same body type, give them exactly the same level of training and put them up against each other, there is even less of a difference between men and women and their abilities. So if you're going to say that there is a testosterone advantage definitely in men, it does help them build muscles stronger, etc. You remove that testosterone from trans women, and over about 3 years, most of that muscle mass and the ability of that muscle has atrophied to the point that you don't. With one exception, if you maintain a high level of training as a trans woman after you transition, you can maintain a lot of that muscle. So there is this element of, if you're a sports person before you transition, and then you're going to keep being a sports person while you're transitioning and then compete afterwards, you may actually maintain an advantage in the same way as somebody who cheated using steroids did. Okay, and in this case, I think there's a point for correct training for trans people as they transition to make sure that you don't keep that, which most trans people would want, because most trans women are going to go, yeah, I don't want to look like a dude.
If I could throw in a historical tidbit that I think really relates to that.
Yeah.
One of Ben Franklin's radical ideas was that giving equal access to schooling, women could be just as intelligent as men. And he proved his point by teaching some of the wives of the French nobles to play chess to the point where they could beat their husbands.
Oh, I like that.
Okay.
I bet he was
also, we now have Orla waiting in the side chat if anybody is willing to rotate out.
You can throw me out.
Okay, Katie, you're all right on the side for a while?
I would like to take this interlude to mention that we are far off of our topic of words and definitions and meanings and things.
So what the hell is new about that?
This has been an interesting topic anyway.
Well, it is. It certainly is. But
we've gone specifically off the definitions, but it's still related to the subject here.
Yeah, of course it is. Well, but we still have a lot of stuff that we haven't touched, which I'm willing to bring up right away to start causing some serious trouble here.
I actually went down this road of sports for a reason, though, and I'm sorry I sidetracked it. What my point was that there's this element that, and I hate to agree with TERFs. There is an element where I can see genuine reason for saying trans women probably shouldn't be doing these things. And one of those, not necessarily shouldn't be, but there are situations where it shouldn't be. One example I've used, and it's dreadful, is that there's there's a rape crisis centre in the UK that has openly advertised for trans counsellors, which is fine. But there's a lot of cis women, a lot of cis women. There's a lot of cis women who would probably not be happy to have to talk to a trans woman, especially if they don't know if they're post-op or not, as a counsellor after they've just been raped. And I don't think that that is transphobic if that person doesn't want to. And I also don't think that that person who just after they've been raped should be asked if they're okay with that. So in this situation, I agree with that form. You can call it a kind of selective bigotry, but I think it's the right thing. And these are things that we have to accept and not just say, oh, it's bigotry, it's transphobia. No, it's protecting a more vulnerable person than you are.
Okay, Jens, I've heard you bring this up before, and I don't necessarily disagree with it at all. But yeah. I'm trying to visualize this scenario as it happens. You have a victim here, you have a counselor, and you have a third counselor who's going to come in, or a second counselor who's going to come into it, or the first meeting is...
It'd be the first person counselor, because in a lot of these centers they only have one or two people available to counsel at any one time.
Okay, let me go on. How do they know that the person is transgender?
Okay, yes, I would agree. If the person is somebody who passes very well and they wouldn't know, that's fine. But I'm going to be honest enough to say that there are some trans people that they would probably pick and the first sign of walking in.
Okay,
on an interview like that. And I know this comes out as transphobic, but there's still this aspect of that. Now,
I agree. I just wanted to get that out on the table so that people aren't thinking that we're
if we're talking about a young person,
I'd like to point out that they're probably asking for transgender people because the rape stats are higher.
I've got nothing against having a trans person as a counsellor and having them available.
Getting covered.
I'm assuming that Jen is speaking of someone who looks like I do right now and sounds like I do right now.
You'd be all right with how you look, but if you talk like that, you might.
But
you would
if
actually.
I talk like that person may have a little bit of a problem.
They would probably be triggered, and they would be scared out of their brain, and you can understand why. And I don't.
I think I can actually. Yeah.
I don't see this as transphobia. What I do see as transphobia is when you try to say that trans people can't use the facilities of that rape center. That is transphobic. Because these things generally have private rooms for people when they come in. So you're not necessarily directly mingling with other people. And there's no way a trans woman who gets raped should have to go to a men's center. Which is what some of these people want. That is ridiculous. But as far as the actual person doing the counselling goes, I can totally get why some centers wouldn't, and I don't think that's a case of transphobia.
Okay, Jen, this actually
it's a lot to pound on.
This dovetails real well with our next foray that we could go into.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up.
when we have our umbrella in the umbrella of gender nonconforming, and we have transsexuals as we discussed and defined. I think everybody's comfortable with that. And then we get into non-binaries, and again, the people who are calling themselves gender fluid, which to me, I'm not entirely certain what the clinical, I don't think there is a clinical definition of gender fluid, but I think the social definition that's being used today is somebody who on Tuesdays they feel male, so they look male in their presentation and behavior, and on Wednesdays they don't feel male, so they look feminine in their appearance and behavior, and that they go back however they're feeling in a given scenario.
Yeah.
Okay. These are the people who want to have their. I don't like. I shouldn't say it that way. That sounds really oppressive and ignorant. Many of the people who could fit into these groups are asking to be able to change their gender markers on their identity papers and things, and want to be considered a woman even though they're not on hormones and they have not had any sort of surgery, but it's just a question of how they present at any given time.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Okay,
have some issues
what do
with
we
that.
what do we do with our words, choices, and discussions in that situation? I mean,
I think you should always verge on the respect the person, Jen. That's where I come down to. If the person says that this is their pronoun, I will try and respect that always.
Okay, I'm not talking about pronouns here. I'm not talking
Okay.
about pronouns. I'm talking about their legal definition and assignment in legal papers, such as a driver's license or whatever.
Sorry, Ty. You go.
I just wanted to suggest a YouTuber that I really respect who is in the asexual community and is also non-binary, has been non-binary for 8 years, I think. I think it's been 8 years. And they were in Japan, and they went through the process in Japan of getting testosterone. And I can't, because I am not a part of the community, I don't feel like I have any say, but I do like to bring different perspectives in. And if y'all would check Queer as Cat out, it can probably add a little bit of the non-binary perspective into that. And I'll leave a link to their channel.
That is what Queer
please put a
as
link
Cat.
Queer as Cat. They're non-binary. They have done some transitioning. They were in Japan for a while. They're on the ace spectrum. And I think that even though I don't have anything to add, I like to put them out there because they've been in education in some form or another for, I think it's been 8 years now.
I would be perfectly more than happy to add a non-binary descriptor like X or NB to the markers on people's identity papers.
And that's what they went through the process to do. They actually recently did it. They got their name changed. They got their marker changed on all of their paperwork. And
I think that's the way to solve that issue as far as documentation goes, is say, look, you haven't gone through the whole transition, so you're not a woman or man or whichever way you've transitioned, but we will let you have a non-binary marker because you're non-binary. And that's fine, because then they can just say, yeah, I'm non-binary, because these people will be normally explaining that they're non-binary anyway, because that's how they identify. And I think that would work best.
And that is starting to happen. I can't remember now which state it was, but just a couple of weeks ago, I was reading that one of the states in the U.S. has approved that people can put X for their gender on their driver's license.
Oh, let me go to see what is that one is to look into making.
Now, that person that we're talking about, not as an individual, but as an example of a wider community. Which bathroom do they use?
I'm not sure. That's not something that's up for discussion on their channel.
Well, again, I'm not talking about that particular individual. I'm talking about their community.
Okay, as a hypothetical. Yeah,
let's try not to be so delicate with each other. We all know that we're just talking about this and we're not trying to create value and judgment on this. Let's not be defensive about this. Let's just get it out and discuss. It's just so
interesting.
We have time for each other.
Is bathrooms have private stalls, bathrooms should not be an issue. People go in, use the bathroom and leave, unless you're with friends and you might chat in there for a little bit. You don't chat to strangers in bathrooms, or most people don't, because they're
Speak
strangers.
for yourself.
Okay, except for those of us who it's their only form of social interaction.
There you go.
Yeah, well, I would completely agree with that, but as long as there are stalls that have doors on them, what difference does it make?
Yeah, that's my take on bathrooms. Now, if you're talking changing rooms, you go into the changing room that your junk matches, or you go home.
Okay, now when you say
here's the thing,
you're talking about a locker room as opposed to a changing room to try and close at a department.
Now I'm in that situation. I am in that situation. I go to the gym across the highway from where I live, and I'm lucky in the sense that the locker room does have stalls. There are two of them. You can duck in there and change
Well, that's
and
different.
come out,
If there's
or you can
private
duck in there,
spots,
strip, and you can duck in there, strip, wrap a towel around yourself, take a shower, come back, and you're all set. And I because I do not want to show myself.
no, and that would be the case for every single trans person that there is. You don't want people to know that it's different if it is different, and that's the
Yeah, I
reality
don't
of
want
it.
any more problem than I already have for other
Yeah,
reasons.
this idea that trans people are going to show up in changing rooms or bathrooms and flash their bits at other people is just bullshit.
Please, I think we're less
Sure, there might be a
inclined
few
than.
Yanivs around the place who want to do that. But
Okay,
these people,
there's a
they're not.
problem there.
No, I was going
I
to say
think
they're
some
not
of us.
trans, but
Yeah, I think some of us know my opinion about Yaniv.
yeah, I was about to say they're
And
not trans, but it's not fair to me to judge that. But I will say that they're a fucking idiot and a predator.
a piece of shit is
Yeah,
what it
piece of
comes
shit.
down.
Let's keep her out of this. Nobody likes this person.
Yeah.
And by the way, I just did a little bit of looking, and I was very surprised here. There's an article from 1 August 2019. 2 more states will offer a third gender option on driver's licenses. Washington State and, wait for it, Pennsylvania will offer a third gender option on driver's licenses.
Well, there you go, Diana.
I wouldn't. Well, I'm fine with my F.
Okay.
I have my
I
F.
didn't know if you had that.
Yeah, I have my F on my driver's license. I have my F on my passport. Everything's good. The only thing I've got to do now is finally complete the name change on my electric company account, because it's been 3 years since I got my name, but I never got around to changing the name, and now they're not seeing the application, and it's like, what the hell's going on here? But red Pennsylvania, that amazed the hell out of me, because I think some of you have heard me say this. I'll say it again. There are 3 blue enclaves here in Pennsylvania. There's Pittsburgh, there's Philadelphia, there's Harrisburg. The rest of the state is as red as a used tampon on a heavy flow day. It is bad here. Wow.
May I take a moment and address the chat? Bo, X on a driver's license. That's where I see a problem. A driver's license, passport, etc. is used to identify a person. Yes, you are absolutely correct in that. However, on any given day, somebody does not necessarily look, and this goes for cis people too, potentially, don't necessarily look male or female. I mean, some men are always going to look male, let's face it, and some women are always going to look female, but there are definitely people who are going to be this or that. It's an identifier, but not. But not. I'm losing the word. What I was trying to say.
Bird is the word.
In all honesty, the junk in somebody's pants is nobody's business but between them, their possible lover, and their doctor. Outside of that, it's nobody's fucking business. So having sex or gender markers on legal documents is a ridiculous thing anyway. Our driver's licenses here don't have them.
Really?
Yes, really. We've had non-gendered driver's licenses for almost as long as when I transitioned. So it was non-issue.
Wow.
There is also there are things that are, but I don't see a problem with there not being one. This is perfectly fine. If we're living in a time now where countries that are going to change birth certificates so that they don't have gender markers on them are the same countries mostly that have accepted gay marriage. So, from a point of view of who you're dating and who you might get married to, a gender marker is irrelevant. So, do we need gender markers at all on anything? I understand from a point of view of this is what the genealogy and shit like that and stuff like that. So I don't have a problem with it. If you don't want to identify as either, you can be an X. Now, I know there's people who are going to say, oh, but what about medical? Your doctor already knows. We are not stupid. Most of us aren't. So when we go to our doctors, we explain to them what our medical situations are.
Okay, Jen, that's
and our
valid.
medical records come back when the thing's in. Any arguments about, the differences between you and a cis person with medicine is retarded, because apart from for reproduction purposes and a few medical conditions, there is virtually no difference. And that's the thing. So worrying about that, if somebody is in an accident and is having a heart attack, what's between their legs makes no difference.
Right.
And for all this general,
the identification that the letter on your driver's license does is very superficial. That it's telling the officer what's inside those pants without him having to look, him or her having to look, and as Pirate Kitty puts it, it really is their presentation that is going to be the identifier for the officer, and that sort of thing. So it really shouldn't be an issue. I would feel comfortable with it not even existing on a driver's license, but it does, and
yeah.
it
doesn't everywhere, as I just said. It's not important. Generally speaking, in most situations, gender markers are not important, and they are gender markers. You can say it's your biological sex. The identifier on your birth certificate is phenotype sex. It is not biological. But the doctor spreads the kid's legs and goes, "Oh, that's a vagina or that's a penis," and that is phenotype sex, how we present, and that's what gender's all about. And when transsexuals go the full hog and have all the surgery, we are phenotypically female. So this argument of you shouldn't change your birth certificate is rubbish, because what's on your birth certificate is phenotype sex, not biological sex.
Well,
I would just like to take a moment to welcome Jim Majors back to the community after having recovered from his heart issue.
Jim.
Hi, glad you're doing better. Wish it hadn't happened at all, but glad you're doing better. But the thing is
Daddy
that,
Mustache.
the person that I brought up does not present completely as a male or female. They are a mix of both.
Hence why I think we should allow non-binary markers on birth certificates.
They've taken testosterone. They were assigned female at birth. They've taken testosterone, but they don't want to present completely. They don't feel like they fit either or. They feel like they fit a mix of both masculine and feminine.
Okay. Pirate Kitty's asking if she can pop back in for a minute.
Sure, throw me out.
Oh, it doesn't matter, whoever.
You okay, Tria? Okay.
Yeah, throw me out. I'll type at you.
No, I don't want to be in for very long. I just wanted to lighten the mood with a joke, because Diana said she has her F, and that reminded me of a joke. So the little boy walks up to his mom and says, Mommy, how old are you? And the little boy looks at his mother and says, Jimmy, it's really rude to ask a woman her age. Don't do that. So he walks away. Comes back 10 minutes later. Says, Mommy, how much do you weigh? Jimmy, I've told you, it's impolite to ask ladies that kind of questions. Don't ask again. He walks off. About 10 minutes later, and he goes, Mommy, I know how old you are. You're 44. And then he holds up her license. He says, you weigh 120 pounds. And Mommy, I know why Daddy left you. And she goes, why? He says, you got an F in sex.
Okay.
That was all I wanted to say was that joke. Now you could bring Trey back in.
That's good if you identify as ace, isn't it? Because then you could have an A in sex.
Yes.
There was an interesting article that just started circulating on Twitter today. Sarah Michelle commented on it also, and it was about the discussion of bathrooms. It's written by a cis woman who's notable in the UK as a journalist.
And a TERF?
No, Sarah. I don't know. I don't know enough about her. All I know is the one thing that I read that she wrote today. So I can't answer that.
Okay.
I don't know. But her point was that regardless of what we choose to do in this interceding time of trying to decide about bathrooms and stuff, that they should maintain a women's room just for women, and that definition she implied, because she did not get into actual anatomy um, terminology, is that she was implying that only women who have a vagina, um, because women need to have that space to themselves.
Yeah, I with bathrooms, I don't get the point. Especially, I mean, your bathroom in your home is unisex. Your bathroom out in public is got private stalls. Even, women's bathrooms are all private stalls, and the men still have private stalls for the
Well,
trans men.
she brought
So,
up a couple interesting points about that. That yes, there are private stalls for the toilet, but a woman walks into a unisex bathroom that's not just a single stall, one toilet, one sink, one person at a time, and she's confronted with a bunch of men who have their wankers hanging out and are pissing in the urinals.
oh no, I
She
don't agree
also
with having
she also
unisex toilets. No,
she
they
also
don't.
she also brought up the fact, and sorry guys, but it's absolutely true. Men leave the seat up and they piss on everything when it comes to using
I
a stall with a toilet.
I am
Okay,
not
whoa, whoa,
saying.
whoa. You want to see a crapped up bathroom stall? Screw the guy's bathroom. The women's rooms have some of the worst stalls I have ever seen.
Yeah,
Partially
and most.
because it's safer to take your children into the stall with
Uh,
you, and most of the time, men are not the ones bringing their kids in.
Yeah. And I'd like to point out that the pee on the toilet seat is usually from a cis woman who hovers because it's a
Nah,
thing. And they do that because they don't like to
yeah.
sit on the loo because they're worried about what has been there before. So this thing that, it's trans women peeing on the toilet seats is absolutely ridiculous. There are so few of us to actually make an impact on how clean or unclean toilets are in public.
Honestly,
This is ridiculous.
as far as I'm concerned, when I go into the bathroom, I just want to get in and get out. I don't care who the hell is in there as long as they're in there for the same reason I am. And I don't want to talk. I don't
Yeah,
give a flying crap. If you're just in there to take a dump, go for it.
yeah.
Okay, and
I'm
as
with
far as
you.
the issue
Try.
of men peeing on the seat, this is something I've wondered about all my life. Why don't toilets have a foot pedal to lift the seat up when men are peeing?
Geez, that's kind of genius.
Yeah.
I
Why
didn't
don't
sketch
Maybe you should
something
design that
out.
and get.
why don't guys just sit like normal humans?
You know what?
Actually,
I
I do know a problem with that.
Well, if
Uh,
they're really long and they dangle in the water.
yes, exactly. And
Oh man.
no,
As far as
actually,
cleanliness,
with certain toilets with the water levels too high, I've had that problem myself.
Oh,
Ew.
really?
as
And
Oh.
far as
I'm not particularly well hung. I'm only average.
Hmm.
I know.
Okay.
I didn't need to know that. Thanks, perp.
Well,
I
I'm just
sat for
saying it's
years.
not like it's a unique problem for a small group of men, so I understand why a lot of men don't like to do that.
Oh, we lost
Um,
Orla. Kitty's asking if she can hop back in.
oh
Yeah,
no, Monica de Betisa.
yeah, I
No,
didn't
I
know if we
sat.
were.
Yeah, I
I,
totally
s-
agree with Diana about the bathroom thing.
I
Ugh.
just
I
I just
sat
want
for
to say
years
that as
before
far
I
as cleanliness
transitioned,
goes,
and the whole bit about that was
fuck.
that when you're standing and you piss into there's the splashing that goes on, and when you're sitting, that splashing doesn't go as far. It gets on your arse, but it doesn't get all over the bathroom. So yeah, it's. I kind of like the whole sitting thing a lot better than the standing, and I did for a lot of years.
As far as cleanliness goes, I know myself to have a bit of a dribble problem, and I am extremely conscientious about making sure that I wipe down the toilet seat if I've left anything behind. I
Yeah.
Because I am grossed out by
Yeah.
somebody who hasn't wiped
What?
the seat.
Well, and part of that is social training. There isn't any reason why children can't be taught that this is something you should do.
But the mess on the loose isn't always kids. A lot of it is adults. You talk to people
No,
who
but
Oh
clean
yeah.
toilets
what I
in.
mean is that if you teach the children to do it so it becomes a habit their whole life,
They'll be
the
good at it
problem
as
would be
adults.
eliminated.
Oh, I agree. Yes, it's a cleanliness thing, and it's not a trans people in toilets thing. It's ridiculous. The toilet issue is a non-issue. It's just being made one because the religious right are retarded, along with TERFs. It's a non-issue. There is a legitimate issue in changing rooms where there aren't if you've got
Locker
only an
rooms,
open changing room,
locker room.
locker room. You bloody Americans, changing
Well,
room.
Well, okay, gents, again, when you say changing rooms, most Americans are thinking about when you go into a department store to try on clothes and they've got the
Oh,
individual
okay.
booths.
All right, so
Yeah,
all right,
or
what you're talking
sometimes the
about locker
bathroom
room.
has one attached because a lot of times ladies' bathrooms, especially in nice places, will actually have a sitting area where you can sit and actually like doll yourself up and look in front of
Yeah,
the mirror, and it also refers to that as well.
yeah.
yep.
So I mean, in all honesty, locker rooms I can see being different if locker rooms don't have private cubicles for changing in. That's an easy solve things for most clubs by actually having private cubicles, which I would much prefer anyway. I don't particularly like changing in public areas. It's just me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and
It's
I
just
think that's something that generally we could get almost everyone to agree on. It's just something that would need to be changed about the buildings, which would cost the building owners a bit extra.
Yeah. But I mean, I am of the opinion that if they are public changing facilities and you don't have the correct anatomy below to fit that area, then you probably shouldn't be changing in it. And I think that's a fair enough thing. But as far as having access to the facilities in those clubs, yes, you should. Everyone should. As far
Okay.
as having access to the public toilets, yes, you should.
Well, Jen,
Okay,
what about
now,
someone who has, for lack of better terminology, I'm going to have to say mixed anatomy, that they've already had the
Hmm.
breast development, but they have not had the lower surgery? That would be
Um,
awkward for them going into either
well,
the
I'm
men's
not.
or the women's locker
Well, and
room.
like I said, if you're in that position, and if you're somebody who's actually transitioned, you've been in this position, you don't get changed in the facilities. If it doesn't have a private place, quite often most of these places will
Oh
have disabled
boy.
facilities, and if you ask nicely at the desk, they will usually let you use them, and you can go in
this
and
Well,
use the
here's the
disabled
thing now.
facility.
If you don't go into the facility, if you don't go into the changing room um, in June or July, I can get into my gym clothing and go to the Planet Fitness and do the thing and come home, take the shower at home.
Yeah,
What about in February?
when it's cold and wet and
I'm
miserable for you guys.
I'm in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's what 40 degrees
But your
north.
particular
It gets
club has
it gets cold here.
Your particular club has private changing area within the
Yeah, but what about the
within the
one?
locker room.
Now, here comes now. I mean, I'm just throwing shit out there for the hell of it here. What about
Well,
the
I'm
stuff that
also
doesn't?
thinking about
Now, what do you do?
Okay.
public swimming pools where they usually require you to shower before going into the pool.
Yeah, but they don't normally require you to shower naked.
Yeah, you can shower with the
With
swimsuits
your
on most of the time.
Most places will allow you to shower with your bathers on, and then you can get changed and not changed, but then you just hop in the
Well,
pool
I would
after.
certainly hope so because it's sometimes difficult to pull a swimsuit on when you are wet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
yeah.
Okay,
So
but
that's generally.
the same thing would apply, at a gym, that if you have to take a shower, they usually don't have any kind of divisions between the shower stalls.
Some do though, and you
The
might
one
be.
I go to actually does.
I certainly would never go to a gym that did not have private
Yeah,
showers.
so that's
Stalls
about
at
being a
least.
discerning customer. Then, Purple, you as a trans person, like as I've already said to you, the majority of trans people who are normally minded aren't going to want to show their bits to other people. So we would go looking for gyms that provided these facilities that are separated. That so that if you go in the locker room, you then have a shower cubicle that is separate, has a closable door. You can shower, you can get changed within the cubicle, come out, and nobody's any the wiser. And that's perfectly fine. If you're going to say, "Oh, what about that person's sexual attraction?" So you're going to exclude lesbians from going into the showers with the other.
Oh man, that's the first thing I come up with.
Yeah.
Or the
So
people
that's the thing. It's a ridiculous argument
are
about attraction.
are
It's making other people
hypersexual
uncomfortable.
who are turned on by damn near everybody. I know
Yeah.
that that's not always what hypersexual means, but I have friends who they're basically turned on by everybody, and the answer to it, do you want sex, is yes. It doesn't matter who it is.
Well, I have described myself as hypersexual, but again, I would define that a little differently.
Well, yeah, like I said, it's a combination of pan and hyper,
Yeah.
but or no, not pan, omni and hypersexual. Like it's.
I believe there is a technical term for that. It is fuck anything with a pulse.
Yeah,
I've met people
pretty
like
much.
that.
Well,
I've met people who will fuck things without pulses.
As someone I met at a bisexual conference said that.
Oh, that made it sound like I was talking about necrophilia. That wasn't what I meant.
No. I know about. I know about real dolls.
And everybody knows
Okay, but
necrophilia
you're not
is a
the only
dying art.
person who went there.
Yeah, one guy I met at a bisexual conference actually was running a workshop that he said anything that moves. And he did say at one point, and if it doesn't move, I'll give it a push.
Yeah, I've heard that one. I actually had somebody ask if. I remember in high school, one of the guys who was in our group said, "I wonder what it would be like to fucking exhaust pipe." I'm just like, what?
I know. No.
No, yeah. Guys say that.
I've heard about the aftermath from one or two people who tried to fuck a vacuum cleaner. Wasn't pretty.
Actually, one time when I brought my fiance to the ER room, there was a guy who had a vacuum cleaner hose hanging out of his butt. Apparently, he could not get it free on its own.
Oh man! And this is where this is where the ER staff really gets a good laugh in the break room. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are stealing my ER stories now. Cut it
out. Silver mentioned a good point in the side chat. She was saying that when she was in school, and it came out that she was interested in girls, that the other parents didn't want her to be allowed into the girls' changing room.
Yeah, this is the same attitude that people have with trans people. It's like, oh, you're in there because you're a predator and you want to be. You don't.
Yeah.
My thinking this is the same thinking Ray Comfort has, where he goes, if I didn't believe in God, I would be a murderer because I wouldn't have any moral guidance. This is exactly
Ray Comfort
the same
is a piece
argument.
of shit.
Yes, well, but they're so accursed. And that's my point, that they think like this. In their heads, they're like, if I was attracted to women, I would be perving all the time.
Yeah.
And that's how they think other people think. It says something more about their mentality than the people they're trying to attack.
I agree.
I mean,
I do think that is the root of most of the homophobia. Yeah. Is, straight men who are afraid that other men would be checking them out in the locker room.
Because if they were allowed in the women's locker room, they would be checking out.
Yeah.
I have an admission to make. I've made this admission before. But years ago, I was homophobic. And when I say homophobic, I mean it. I was afraid of gay men because I was afraid that one of these guys would come on to me. I know this stuff exists. And it later on, as I began to learn more about myself, obviously that changed. But yeah, when I was in my late 20s, I was actually afraid of gay men.
Well, and again, incidents do happen, but people need to realize that these are the outliers. This is a very small percentage of the group that would behave like that.
Exactly.
Well, one guy did come on to me, and by that time, I was getting to the point where, and I wasn't afraid. I actually took it as a compliment. Thanks, guy, but no thanks. It was a friend of mine, as a matter of fact, and everything was great after that. And we knew the boundaries, and everything was cool.
See, that's how I look at it when anyone comes on to me. It's like, geez, thanks. It's a compliment. Yay, it's awesome. Not necessarily I want to be with you, but it's a compliment.
Talking over everybody again.
I also know that he had been imbibing.
That's not the reason. You're very attractive, Diana.
Yeah, well, as long as the people will take a polite no as an answer, there isn't a problem. It's only the ones who get pushy about it. And again, that's going to be a very small percentage.
Yeah.
There's that thing where people say, straight men are afraid of gay men because they're afraid gay men will treat them like they treat women.
Okay,
and then there was this picture that went along with it, and I would find it, but it would probably take me hours. And basically, it shows a panel of a straight guy apparently staring at a woman's ass, and then the next panel, there's a gay man staring at his ass, and he's getting all offended, which illustrates the point. Is that the reason that a lot of
I think that's dead on target.
It's hypocrisy.
What I'm getting out of this discussion is that I really am the only person on the planet who's never had anybody come on to them, huh?
Whew. Oh, come on. I'm sure you have, Jen.
No, I haven't.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Are you sure that you're not just like purple and you don't notice it?
You just hang around really, really nice people or really, really shy people. One of the two.
Yeah.
Or you don't go outside.
No, I used to have a business where I had hundreds of customers coming to me. So, no, it's
I bet you missed it.
It's me.
Oh, no, Jen, you're lovely.
It's better than being hit on by the desperate guy at the bar that hits on everything.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I've had that happen.
That's usually the only way I get hit on, and I'm like, you do realize that you are barking up the put your genitals back where they came from, or so help me?
I've had to tell a guy to put his genitals away before.
Well, the thing is that I don't like sex, so I mean, like, hitting up on me at a bar is going to get you nothing, because it's like, I want to take you home. I'm going to give you the night of your life. I'm like, the night of my life is not sex. So you may want to try somebody else.
Well, don't refuse the free drinks, though.
I do not accept free drinks unless they're willing to buy them for all of my friends, and usually they back away.
Yeah.
And that's
I found that image if you want to.
It's how I keep things safe for me, because we have had issues with guys putting things in girls' drinks and different stuff, and it's like, and they also try to get you drunk, and I'm like, nope, you're not getting me drunk. And also, I don't really drink alcohol, but I do make him, and that's actually another fun thing that I add. Is I go, yeah. Go ahead. If he agrees to buy a drink for me and my friends, I will order a Diet Coke, because that is my favorite. To add insult to injury.
So this is the picture that I was talking about. It's up on the screen.
Okay. And no, I don't know what I just said, by the way.
You said your pussy's dripping.
Okay. That would be kind of inconvenient at this point.
Oh, man.
That
I
also
almost had a
would
panic
probably
attack.
seem to rule out the point we started with about you not having any contagious diseases. So,
I thought about something earlier, and I wanted to ask. While I was cleaning, I was thinking about it. Remember we were talking earlier, we were saying transsexual should be used for people who have or intend to have surgery. Doesn't that kind of give a bit too much information? Like if you walk up to somebody and you say, like, you don't want to be dishonest, you don't want them to not. Well, I don't know, but like if it comes up in conversation and you just say, yeah, I'm a trans woman. If transsexual indicates surgeries involved, wouldn't that then predicate them to be asking the next question as well, which side are you on? Or doesn't having that as part of the definition give more free information that you may not be comfortable sharing?
Well, it's
Do
probably
you
more
understand what I'm
just
saying?
say
The only
trans.
time I would refer to myself as a transsexual is when we're involved in a discussion like this,
Yeah.
or with community members and that sort of thing. I don't walk around with a hello, my name is transsexual Jen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not a label we wear in public. It's a label we wear for discussions. It's a label we wear on Twitter. It's a label we might wear in a video because we're discussing these terms. I mean, my general life, I'm just a woman. I'm just female. There's nothing about being trans. I don't discuss this except for occasionally with family, and way more than what I ever used to. And that's only because I'm doing this sort of stuff all the time and things are in my freaking head. This has actually been really bad for me because I've had way more discussions on this in my life than I think I have had for the last 18 years.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that's just the thing. When we say trans women are women, and we're trans women, you're cis women. We're saying it because we are just women. That's all there is to it. And for us as transsexual women who have transitioned and have actually put ourselves entirely in that life, there is no going the other way and spending a day pretending to be a dude, because there's absolutely no desire in that. And B, we've gone to the extreme where that's really not possible. So we are in the life that we see ourselves as being the correct one. So we are just women, and that's the whole point of that. That's the reason why we have these cis and trans prefixes on for trans women and cis women. It's not that we're insisting that you have to go out and say, I'm a cis woman in the general public, because you don't. Like, any more than we have to go out and say we're trans women, because we don't. But if we're having discussions like this, you being able to say I'm a cis woman and me being able to say I'm a trans woman is important, because we're highlighting to people what's going on.
well, and when it comes up in discussions, I've heard a lot of people ask, why do we need labels? And I do think the labels are important as a way to open the discussion.
Yeah.
That you can give yourself identifiers, and then in any reasonable discussion, people should ask, well, what exactly do you mean by that?
Yeah.
And then every time after that, once you've established that with that person, because you have to do it over and over and over again, unfortunately, but once you've established that with that person, when you say that one word, it's so much easier to say just that one word or maybe two words than it is an entire sentence every single time.
Right.
Another thing I
the
wanted
labels
to bring
are just
up,
a shorthand. They're a way to abbreviate.
Another thing that I wanted to bring up was something that I desperately want our society to change. Is I understand people being curious, but I wish that when people meet somebody on the outlier groups, they learn not to ask extremely invasive questions just to ask them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because like I put up with it because I'd rather they sate their curiosity with me instead of going off and going to somebody else for whom do you masturbate is an emotional labor. But for
People
Christ's
actually ask you
sake,
that?
can you please just stay away
Well,
from
yeah,
really invasive questions?
and again,
Wow.
that's people just not really thinking, because you have to think about just what's appropriate for the situation. And it's like if somebody says they're straight, you don't start asking them what sexual positions they prefer.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm in a discussion with somebody and they find out or announce to me that they know that I'm transgender, and they have questions about it, I make a decision uh, rather quickly about who is this person in my life. Is this somebody who I want to know forever, or that sort of thing? Are they just an outlier who's just passing through? And that's going to affect my answer and how I deal with them. There are people who I do get into a discussion about it where I am comfortable enough saying to them, "You may ask me any question you want," and I mean that sincerely. They may ask a question I'm not comfortable with answering, and at that time I'll say, "That's one of my limits. I won't answer that." Like anybody who asks me my dead name, you ain't going to get it.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
Despite the fact that there's a couple of people who do actually know mine.
But
I've
but
never
I know that
understood.
eventually they're going to ask that. So instead of trying to set up all these parameters about what we can and can't talk about, I'll say you can ask me any question if I'm comfortable with this particular person, and then as we go through, I'll say that's beyond the limits of what I'm comfortable with.
Yeah, my
And
personal take
most
is you
times
can
they're very
ask me
accepting of
anything.
it.
Yeah,
My personal
that's
take is ask me anything, but I refuse to answer those that I don't want to.
yeah. I tend to take the approach that I tell people you can ask me anything you want, but don't ask anything you're not prepared for an honest answer for.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
and I
too.
said that not really thinking about the fact that this is the internet and not like face to face, and so what we say and how we communicate and the information we give here is different than what we would give people that were just
Well,
walking
yeah,
by.
and
Like
Yeah.
that didn't connect to my brain until you started saying it. And I was like, well, yeah, duh. This is not going to be like walking down the street introducing yourself to people
no,
in.
but yeah, I know what you mean, and it does depend on the situation you meet someone with. If it's a group gathering or if it's somebody who comes up to you at a bar. Yeah, some people will ask very invasive questions that it's like, until I've known you for a while, there is no reason we need to discuss this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And like I said, I completely understand curiosity because you're going to, even if you don't ask them, there are going to be times where you're like, your brain is just going to be like, I am curious. What is the most inappropriate question I can think of right off the bat? And like, it took a lot of self control as I was getting out of being Mormon to realize that those were boundaries I was crossing,
Yeah.
and stuff. And it's just like, but like Kitty brought up that question. And it's like, but that's a good point to also bring up. That is not really your business. Like, it's only your business if the person chooses to make it your business.
Yeah, I can't believe some of the stupid questions that I've heard that people ask. No, not stupid, but invasive questions that people will ask when they find out things. Like when I was going through when I just had found out that I was intersex and I had just gone through the surgeries required, um, the condition that I have causes high cancer risk in the ovaries, and I had had them for 38 years. No, 28 years. Well, I'm trying to add an extra 10 years. So the doctor was like, we need to get those out because those are like 30% cancer risk. And so we went through the surgery, and I came back to work from the surgery, and one of the first questions was, "Oh, how are you going to have kids now?" And I'm like, "I'm not,
Well,
you
that's
dipshit."
well,
Now I
that's a big thing that nobody can accept. At least here in the U.S., nobody can accept you for not having or not wanting kids or not having kids. As a child-free person, I get that quite a bit. Not as much as some have.
Well, at that
But
age, I had actually the reason I figured out that I was intersex was because I had entered into a relationship, and I was like, well, hey, maybe having kids is an option now because I actually have somebody who wants to be with me. And then smacked me in the face with, no, you can't do that. Nowadays, when people say something like, if I say my stomach's upset, and they go, "Oh, are you sick? Are you pregnant?" and I look at them with a straight face, and I'm like, "If I'm pregnant, it's one of two things: it's the second coming of Jesus Christ or a medical miracle."
Yeah, I've said that to people too.
well, that was the fun one. I recently had a kidney biopsy because I'm at about 25% kidney function, and they wanted to know why. But they always give you that whole thing, that intake exam or whatever the fuck it is on the paper, and
Are you
you're
pregnant?
answering all the questions. Yeah, and I mean, the only reason I didn't answer it yes was I wasn't sure whether the intake person knew I was trans. Had the intake person known I was trans, and had I known that the intake person had known I was trans, I would have had yes on that thing right off, and
Just
we
for
would
the
have had a
show.
good laugh.
I was doing
Diana,
a
you know how I deal with medical people when I have to go in. Like when I went for my very first mammogram, the woman who was operating the machine um, looked like she was maybe in her early 30s, and I was embarrassed just because it's a mammogram, but also because I'm trans. And I just flat out asked her. The very first thing I said is, when we were in private, so am I your first transgender customer? And she said, "Oh no, not at all." So right away, you know that you're comfortable. Medical personnel are
Yeah,
different
now,
than general public, though, of course.
interesting that you bring that up. My GP, before he retired, had advanced the notion of my getting a mammogram. And what I don't know is how they would go about a mammogram if you've got the tits of a 10-year-old.
Well,
the guys get
I asked,
mammograms too, though.
This
I
is
asked
fake.
her, and they do it the same way. They just don't get as much because there isn't as much.
Yeah, so they give mammograms to guys. It's exactly the same technique.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
okay. I didn't
there's
know
no
if.
issue.
Squishy,
Yeah, I
squishy.
did. I knew that guys got mammograms. I just didn't know how it was done. Now I know.
Yeah,
Yay!
And
you'd have enough for them to crush anyway.
Jen, what you were saying about, asking the medical professional if you were their first trans patient, I'm glad that went well for you. Unfortunately, I can see where that could go very bad for people, especially, now that in the US courts have approved the idea that a doctor can refuse to give a patient treatment if it violates their religion.
Did
Right,
that
but this
actually get
wasn't a
Yeah, which is
doctor.
a
approved?
whole
This was
bunch of
this was an
bullshit.
underling who takes orders,
Did that
not
actually
someone who
get
gives them.
approved, or is it still a
Yes, it
Unfortunately,
did.
yes.
possibility? Oh,
Yes.
what?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
God.
you can be bleeding on the road after an automobile accident and the whole bit, and they have to cut your crotch away, the pants away.
And
And if they don't like what's in your
I
crotch,
think that
they
it's
leave
probably
you
going to
there,
stay
Well,
that
and
that
they
way.
happened
laugh
anyway,
about it.
even without those rules.
It's probably going to stay that way until some Christian has a problem with a Muslim doctor refusing to treat them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
what's going to happen. It's the same as the bathroom laws. It's cis people who are going to get hurt the most because you're the bigger part of the population.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you
and
were
I
talking
do
about
have.
when you were talking about that whole thing about cis people in the bathroom, it's like that's me all the time because I'm heavy set and I'm wearing work clothes and a uniform. It's not very obvious. I'm like not curvy and all that, and I've been standing there drying my hands and had people walk in the bathroom and stop, look at me, and then glance at their glance to make sure they're still in the ladies' room, and
Hmm.
Yeah.
then continue on their way into the bathroom. But yeah, you go, you get. I had someone come up to me once and ask me if we sold pepper spray. and said I didn't think so. And then she starts going on this rant about how she doesn't feel safe in the bathroom because of blah blah this and blah blah that. And this is during the whole House Bill whatever in South Carolina, and I'm standing there with my pleasant little customer service smile, thinking, "Bitch, I'm more at risk, and my trans friends who work here are more at risk from you than you are from them. Get the fuck out of my store." Of course, I couldn't say that, but
You wanted to.
I really, really did. If I had been on my last day, I would have. But
And that's why I can't work customer service, because I would have said it.
thankfully, my filters work. But once I realized what she was saying, I dropped the smile and I just went straight face. And she asked me another question. I said, "No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Yeah.
Goodbye, ma'am." And I walked off. Because I wasn't going to be pleasant anymore. I was going to do the bare minimum to not get fired.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous. All those arguments are just ridiculous. They bear no resemblance to reality whatsoever. Unfortunately, they carry a lot of weight for the MAGA hat wearers.
I do have an idea as far as something to do about that. It would just be rather difficult to implement because you never know when you're going to have, say, an auto accident or something like that. So it would be difficult for you to have somebody with you with a Colt 45 aimed at their head. That's, what can I tell you?
Your own personal doctor.
See,
pretty much.
And Diana, that's why I always try to schedule my car accidents.
Yeah.
Make sure the bigots aren't on duty.
Yeah, I can't do that around here because the deer don't like to be on schedule. Where I drive, there's a much higher chance of hitting a deer than another car.
That bill isn't just about trans people, though. It's also about refusing support for gays and lesbians as well, isn't it?
Yes.
I believe it's so, yeah.
Well, and the way the bill is written, if the doctor is a Jehovah's Witness, he can refuse to give a blood transfusion.
Refusal of birth control is the first thought that came to my mind because sometimes I have trouble getting birth control, and I really should be on it permanently. I really should.
Yep.
Because I have tough periods. I should be on birth control. But guess what happens when I go to the counter sometimes? Oh, well, you should just put an aspirin between your knees. Like, no, my period lasted for 3 weeks. Give me my fucking birth control.
Well, and that has already happened. There was a pharmacist at a Walgreens who actually told the patient they had to drive to another store 50 miles away to get that prescription filled because he would not do it.
And that person was fired.
I remember that case, and it's, happily in that particular instance, but I see the instance of that decreasing now that you've got legal support.
The thing is that legal support isn't always just legal support, because here's the thing. You can come up with any damn excuse you want to fire somebody who is LGBTQ+. Any excuse.
You don't even need an excuse.
To cover up,
bigotry.
To cover up the bigotry.
Yeah.
The thing is that there are some people who, because they don't want to risk consequences, might back off a little bit of their bigotry, and it also sometimes shapes other societal things that may allow for more acceptance.
Yeah.
If you start criminalizing something, people's attitudes towards it tend to be, okay, well, that's immoral. Even if it is moral, even if it's not immoral, people tend to equate it that way. So if you're allowing people to fire LGBTQ+ people, you're saying essentially that it is societally acceptable for you to do that out in the open, and you can bet it's going to get even worse.
Oh, it already is, really. And this is why I wish I could leave. I wish I could emigrate. Um, the only problem is nobody
We'd have
wants
you.
me.
We'd have you.
No, you wouldn't.
No, I'm too old.
I would depend
Um,
though. Australia's immigration law is weird like that. In that, if you can fund yourself, that we're a lot less likely to say no. So if you came
If you
over,
what?
if you are, you'd have to have the money. In other words, if you had the money, Australia is more likely to go. Yeah, come.
Well, that's not me.
No, I realize that.
I mean, I make what less than $30 a month on my YouTube channel.
You
So
make more
no,
than
I
I
don't think I'm
do.
gonna.
I don't have a Patreon though, so.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. No, that changed this afternoon. I actually do make slightly more than $30 a month now.
We got a new Patreon.
I actually got a new patron.
Oh, congratulations.
I'm
Yeah, I
going to
don't
set
have
up
a
my
Patreon.
Patreon so I just have a single level of $1,000 a month, and as long as I can get one person to donate, I'm set.
Rachel
There you go.
Rachel Oates has that.
Well,
She
that
has one tier for one person for like $1,000, and all it says is, "Don't do this. Seriously, if you do, I will refund it." I
I
think it was
tell you,
Rachel Oates. Mm.
it's unfortunate that I would need more than one of those because medical costs being what they are, medical insurance costs being what they are, I'm pretty sure that I would need at least $1,000 a month just for medical coverage.
Yeah,
Because everything I have in all manner of pre-existing conditions.
And that's the one advantage I have now that I'm on Medicare, as of September 30th. I am unlimited as to what additional income I can make. My Medicare won't change. My
Yeah,
Social Security
I
retirement money won't change.
I unfortunately have a couple of years to wait for that, and I can easily lose that stuff if. Well, I don't think I'll ever make too much money as far as Medicare and Social Security are concerned. HUD, that's another story, but because I think I would have to make over $1,000 a month to begin to risk losing Social Security. I don't see that happening anytime soon.
Yeah. Actually, Diana, what I've
Um,
seen with most people is the Medicaid winds up being the first thing to go, or if it doesn't go completely, they wind up with suddenly having a big copayment every month.
yeah. So yeah, I've got to be really, 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 really,
Oh,
really,
shit.
really. Did I mention really careful?
Perp, there's a weather report going on TV right now. Saturday, you and I are both going to get nailed with snow.
Yeah,
That sounds sexy.
middle of October, I expect it here. No big deal to me.
So
Yep.
yeah,
Everyone else in town is acting like this is something strange, and it's like, have you forgotten, or is this the first year you've lived here?
oh, dude, that's like us in like heavy rain. Like seriously, it's Florida. It rains. Like,
Yeah.
get over it.
Yeah,
so I
middle of
just
October, it's going to snow a couple of times. Probably the first 2 or 3 times. It's going to melt the next day because the ground will still be too warm.
Yeah. Well, the problem we have here in Pittsburgh is that the Decembers are extremely rainy. You get the rain all over the place, and it's a cold rain, and it's not comfortable at all, and it's. Um, and then lately, the winters have been becoming more severe, and yeah, that's the crap that's been happening with the jet stream. The same reason that Georgia and Alabama and places like that are starting to see hard winters. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah. Our winters are getting weird. We're not getting as much rain.
It's not real, but it's funny as hell. I'm going to post it in the little one.
What?
It's not a real news article, but it got published in a whole heap of tabloid newspapers who thought it was real, that this guy lost his penis because he had sex with a snowman. Lost it due to frostbite.
Oh.
It's not real. It actually didn't happen, but it is hilarious. And the fact that these newspapers all didn't check it and just published it was...
Unfortunately, I could see that actually happening.
What? Somebody losing their penis to frostbite?
I could see somebody trying to do it with a snowman, yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure people have done that. Getting frostbite from it is probably unlikely.
For a mud puddle.
I don't know. We can get some pretty severe wind chills that skin exposed less than a minute can be frostbite. Especially if it's tender area like that, that's normally not exposed at all.
I guess it's possible, but it'd have to be pretty cold. Generally speaking, the melting layer of ice would semi-protect them. It's like you don't die of frostbite in an igloo, because it tends to be warmer inside. So the chances of it actually happening are pretty low. But yeah,
I suppose you're right.
It could happen, which is why I think it got published, but it is funny.
I like this story just as much as I do the wallabies that got into the drugs and jumped around in crop circles.
There are some good fake stories that got published.
Doorknob Head wins the chat for the night. He says, lost penis due from frostbite? I didn't know snowmen could bite that hard.
Yeah, he's getting a head job from a really inexperienced snowman.
An actual problem they've had in Africa with some villages is that the elephants can smell when they're making beer. And the elephants have been known to raid the villages at night and drink the beer.
Oh, wow. As long as the elephants don't try to have sex with them.
Well, a drunken elephant can cause a lot of damage.
Yeah, I imagine they could.
What's gray and comes in quarts? Elephants.
Right.
Well, so the farmers have actually started to encourage beehives around the beer kegs, because apparently the elephants won't approach if they hear the bees.
Yeah.
Really? Elephants feel that way about bees, huh?
Yeah, well, who wants to be stung?
Oh, my.
Well, yeah, if you get stung 100 times, I don't care how big you are, it hurts like hell.
I don't mind a sting or two.
Now, here's the question.
It makes my arthritis pain go away.
That comes to mind is, does it have to be the beeses, or could it be a recording of beeses?
They've been experimenting with that. I haven't heard the results yet. But there was somebody who was trying to develop an electronic device that would synthesize the sound of the bees.
Elephants
like
have
a tape recorder or an iPod? Or...
Elephants have
actually, another application I've heard to that has been successful is that an electronic recording of dragonflies in flight will actually keep an area clear of mosquitoes.
Really?
Yeah, apparently the sound of the dragonfly's wings will tend to keep mosquitoes out of an area.
Dragonflies are a primary predator of mosquitoes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're completely off topic here.
I'm sorry.
Well, okay,
so we've got this umbrella.
Oh, jeez. Okay, here's the bit here.
And now back to your regular... Huh? Sorry.
Am I going to have to pick up the topic on Sunday?
Maybe.
We did talk about this being a multi-part thing, and I even included that in my description when I put it on Twitter, that this was likely to be a multi-part conversation.
You're stuck now, Diana.
Let me see. How am I doing? How am I doing for names over here? I've got Jen Morgan. I've got Jen Hoyt. I've
You
got
probably won't have me on
Purple.
Sunday.
Yeah,
It
because
depends. I'll probably be traveling though.
we technically haven't even gotten to the actual definitions, and I've still got
No, we
about half a
haven't.
page of notes of things that we haven't touched on yet.
We'll bring something
We
up,
got
boss.
Pirate Kitty. We got Tria. We got Lena. Who am I forgetting? That's
Yeah,
been on
You might be able to get Sarah in on Sunday though. So
I
that would
can
be
be there for
interesting.
an hour, hour and a half on Sunday.
Oh my!
I don't know about this Sunday whether or not I can show up. It depends on how dead I am after my celebration. So
The other person you could ask, Diana, is Caden. While she doesn't agree with sociology, she actually is qualified.
Okay, little
So
to the side there, Tria celebration.
yeah, it's been 1 year since I told the church to fuck off.
Okay, well,
Hooray.
how are you planning to celebrate this glorious event?
Staying up all night. Oh, I wish I could. I don't know if I actually like alcohol. I'm still determining that. And it's not the taste, it's that feeling, the buzz. I'm not sure I even like the buzz. But I plan on staying up all night, inviting everybody on to hang out on a live stream. Nothing really big, but considering that I am not 20 anymore, staying up all night will probably mean I'll be dead on Sunday.
Yeah.
Just take a crucifix and toss it in a bonfire.
Ooh, shiny.
Okay.
I could probably get away with that if I did that after a certain time of night.
Well,
no, I'm keeping all of the Mormon materials because I'm using them on my channel. I found some really good ones, stuff that most people don't have anymore that my dad didn't throw away. He's going to wish that he had.
I would be careful about burning. I would be careful about burning a cross because they could get you for a hate crime with that.
Not if it belongs to you.
Do you still have Mormon friends in real life, Treya?
I have one. Only one survived, and she occasionally brings up church. But it's
Does she ever come around for a meal? Does she ever come around for a meal? Because I was just thinking what you really need is some gold-coloured plates, and then you could serve a meal on gold-coloured plates and just say, these are my...
Lord.
Try if you've got some old stuff with interesting things in it, you might be able to get somebody. Mr. Atheist was the ex-Mormon, right?
Yeah. He's kind of made a point of saying that he doesn't like working with people who are not especially established. I'm getting closer to that point, but I don't think I'm quite there yet. I have a book that mentions the second anointing, which is actually considered to be a myth in the ex-Mormon community. Like, people don't think that it exists because there's no evidence for it beyond anecdotal. I have something that outlines it and is very obviously the second anointing.
Oh, interesting.
Like, that's how old some of these books are. The book that I have is no longer in print, and a lot of the copies were destroyed on church orders because there's some really crappy shit in there.
Oof.
So
you may have a collector's item going there, right?
Mm-hmm. And I'm definitely going to use that book as a resource for certain things.
How about we get together a project and scan that book and publish it on the internet?
There's places that we can do that. I believe archive.org has a Mormon section where there's a lot of books. They have that book, but they have like a later edition. Because I think there's 3 editions of it before they stop printing it completely. Because just like they basically were like, okay, well, we can't make this look nice. We might as well stop trying.
There is a website, I can't think of the name offhand, but all it is an archive of books that the copyrights have expired. And they do have a section in there for religious books.
The thing is, like, you can scan it and do all that, and that'll work for ex-Mormons and other people looking for the resource, but it's not going to convince any Mormon, I don't think. They'll just be like, oh, it's fake.
No, see, my thing is not to convince Mormons. My channel is strictly to educate people about the experiences that Mormons have, because it's highly misunderstood, and also to hopefully prevent people who are investigating the church from actually joining.
Gotcha.
Because to the outside world, Mormonism is, haha, look at those nice people with the funny underwear. Like,
Yeah.
and they are nice people and they do have the funny underwear, but they're underestimated as to how bad things actually are and how much influence the Mormon church has in American politics.
Well,
I don't know that the Mormon church is as bad as the Jehovah's, though.
It's not as bad, but the thing is that how much influence do the Jehovah's Witnesses have? I've never gotten a straight answer on that.
Well, they don't get involved with politics, so they don't have the influence, do they?
Yeah,
Mormons
get involved. Do you know that the court proceedings that we were talking about just earlier about how they're talking about making it easier to fire? The Mormons sent in a docket to that, basically outlining why it's against their religion to be told that they can't fire people. The Jehovah's Witnesses did too, but the thing is that right now in Congress we have 6 people who are Mormon who answer to the Mormon prophet in our Congress right now. 6.
Wow.
The Mormon Church has over $60 billion, and I'm actually guessing that they have at least $100 billion. Some estimates put Mormon Church assets at $300 billion with a B. Not M, B. And people are like, haha, the Mormons with the funny underwear.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
Is binary and non-binary a thing unto itself, or is it a modifier to other things?
I think so many of the terms in this overlap so much that most of them can wind up being modifiers to other things.
Some people accept it as their actual. Some people just go, I'm non-binary, and leave it at that. And then some people add different things to it, like the agender and the gender fluid and things along that nature. I'm not sure if that's what you're asking.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm asking. Is it a standalone or is it a modifier?
Sometimes it depends on the person. It really depends on the person. Some people just like leaving it at non-binary and not going any further. And some like to have more specifics that they can use in certain situations. Is my understanding.
I think it would be accurate for me to describe myself as a non-binary gender fluid.
And what does that mean? To me, when you say non-binary gender fluid, you're saying 2 things that are the same.
Well, non-binary is more saying that there probably isn't any point where I'm either straight or gay, that I'm always somewhere in the middle. And gender fluid is more saying that where I fall on that scale can vary from day to day, or even in a matter of a very short time, depending on the situation and the potential partners available.
I thought non-binary only applied to gender expression and not sexuality. Just pointing that out.
Jen and Diana, Bo was trying to ask you guys a question about what's the name? Soul Watcher 72.
Yeah, I've been in streams with Soul Watcher. I'm trying to remember if he's been on my channel. I cannot remember, but that's because I'm old, and when you get old, the mind is the second thing to go.
Hey,
I
hey,
forget what the
Perk.
first is.
You said gay and straight. Did you mean male and female? Or were you... I'm just asking for clarification because gender is separated from sexuality, usually speaking.
Yeah, well, in my case, applies both ways.
Okay, so you just threw both of them together. That's
Yeah.
all right. We just wanted the clarification. That's all.
So
Okay,
are we
I
I
guess
think
another
the
question to
rolling this
ask
assumption
is:
is
over
made when
onto
do
Diana's
other
show?
people use those words differently then?
Well, right. What I was saying was when people say they're non-binary, they usually mean that they're not male or female, they're somewhere in the middle. And then gender fluid means that changes, at least as far as I'm aware. So someone could be non-binary, but they don't necessarily mean that doesn't necessarily mean they're gender fluid. People who are gender fluid, their expression changes depending on how they feel for a day.
Yeah. Well, and
I,
that's
But
what I was saying, that,
mm,
that the two can be used together, kind
yeah,
of as modifiers to one another.
I think you'll find that from talking to somebody who actually identifies as gen not so much gender fluid but non-binary. If you have if Diana brings Caden into her discussion on Sunday, you can ask some good questions of Caden. Caden looks at it
I can
this
hear
way,
them.
that I'm reading my earpiece. Your identity is more or less fixed, but the way that you express your identity is what changes. So somebody who's gender fluid doesn't necessarily see their identity itself as changing, but more how they're comfortable expressing their identity.
Ah, right.
So
And some,
it's an expression thing more so than an identity thing. Now, I could be wrong about that. You'd have to do a survey of gender
no,
fluid people to get that. But it
Mhm.
makes more sense to me to explain to me that way, that if you're fluid, or you've got a lot of people with a non-binary identity actually will at the core of themselves identify with themselves and their body in a particular way, but have an expression that's different to that.
Okay,
In
now,
much the same way as you can be a cis woman but be a very tomboy.
Mm.
If you talk to somebody who, like Caden, who I used to say that she was completely well, she is asexual, but she more describes herself as being a demi boy. But she sees herself entirely as a woman from a physical perspective and from her physical identity. But she expresses herself in a lot of tomboyish ways, and that to me makes a whole lot of sense compared to saying, "Oh, my identity is just all over the place all the time." That doesn't
Oh,
kind of gel with how my brain works. So yeah, I think it makes a lot more sense if you look at it from that sort of perspective. But I could be wrong, because I am very binary in my identity. I identify totally as a woman, so I don't know that I particularly understand where these people come from. But if when it was explained to me that way, I can get that.
I've also had non-binary friends tell me that depending on, because they are gender fluid,
Yeah,
depending on the day, how they are socialized can cause them a tiny bit of dysphoria.
yeah.
So
Which to
if
me
they are
would,
feeling male that day and everybody calls them by a female pronoun or a female name, it can really throw them off as well. So
Okay,
keep
now
that in
here's the
which
mind.
I think
interesting
comes back
point,
to
and
that
it's
concept
a
of social identity as opposed to a direct correlation to how your brain relates to your body and your internal identity.
Okay.
So
I lost my
no.
connection there for a minute
okay, I
at
heard a woman
a
once
rather
say that she
important
was a
point.
cis woman, non-binary. What's that mean?
yeah. Or in that case, if you're a cis woman who's non-binary, this would be the kind of person who would once upon a time be like a butch woman, or a tomboyish woman, or someone like that. They still identify with being a woman, but their expression of their gender is atypical.
sounds like me.
Now this isn't.
I don't
This
do
is
girly.
something that I've always wondered about, and somewhat facetiously, but not necessarily facetiously. Let's say we have a gender fluid person who feels boy one day, feels girl another day, and does not like being socialized the wrong way or whatever, how you were describing. What does this person have to do in the morning? Do they have to have a little badge that says, "Hi, I'm a boy today"?
Yeah, I think it's just about personal expression. Then at that point, it's
I would
as I
imagine.
said before, it's there. I'm of the opinion that probably you're in that we all like different things at different times. There are times when I'm more girly than other times, and I think that's the same for any of us. Sorry, Purple.
I would
But
imagine that. Go ahead.
and for people like that fluctuation between wanting to express masculine and feminine has a lot longer swing than it is for most of us. So their shift between how they express themselves now, because they may also be trans and they have problems with their underlying identity because of that, they can get a lot of dysphoria because of how they're addressed and responded to. So their identity, I'm totally for the fact that you can have an identity somewhere in between. We understand a lot of the brain mechanics now that cause gender dysphoria and people to be trans, and we can actually say that yeah, you can have a brain development that's somewhere in between. So to be somebody who's developed somewhere in between but has an expression that can be either way, it can be quite dysphoric if people don't see you for who you are at that particular time. Now, I can totally understand that from the perspective of how it was explained to me that it's the expression is of their identity that is variant. That's what's fluid, not so much their internal identity.
Right, and that makes sense because we are using the word gender, which has been accepted to be your presentation. So now the question would be like, I would imagine that if someone's gender fluid and they wake up one day and they're feeling more masculine, then maybe they put on some jeans and sneakers and wear a ball cap and
Yeah.
and do boyish things and dress like a guy, and then 3 days later they wake up and they're feeling more girly, so they put on a pretty blouse and they curl their hair. They just
Yeah.
they just do the gendered things associated with how they're feeling.
How they're feeling, yeah. So their expression is variant depending on their mood and other things, and that's fine. And I think that's perfectly valid, and that should not be frowned upon by anybody.
Well, for me, a lot of gender fluid.
Okay, now what? How?
Hold on. Let Purple, because he's.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. A lot of it is not anything that's any kind of conscious thought. It is just
I can't hear him at
my
all.
mannerisms change.
Again. She can't.
Yeah,
Jen
no.
can't hear you.
Okay.
Only way to fix it is for me to step out and step back in.
We can do that. I had something I wanted to say, and it's not really all that important. So go ahead and do it, Jen.
Okay.
I'm
wait
kind
for
of chuckling a little bit, Diana, about you saying about a badge. There is such a thing as pronoun pens, and I have actually bought some because a friend of mine asked me to help them normalize wearing pronoun pens.
Yeah,
Because
pronoun what?
pronoun
Pins.
pens. Like I have a she her
Pronoun.
pen. Yeah, I have an enamel pen.
Oh,
I have an enamel pen
my ears.
that I bought.
No, I thought that you were talking about something like
no,
this.
and that's why I
No,
clarified.
you're talking about.
Yeah,
okay.
I have a pen that I'm going to put with all of my ace gear, and they had asked me to do that because then you skip over the misgendering. If you can make that an everyday thing that people don't think about, then you skip over a lot of the misgendering that causes dysphoria by using the wrong pronouns. Because for some people, hearing the wrong pronoun over and over and over again really causes a lot of pain.
Yeah,
So
I get that. There is another side to that though, and trans people, some of you are going to hate me for this. If somebody misgenders you, don't necessarily assume malice. Most times, if you get misgendered, it's just something that happens.
No,
people get misgendered too.
I get that.
Especially
No,
if you're talking about
I actually
the
do get that.
But even in public, it can happen. It depends on what you're wearing at the time and lots of other clues. And
the angle from which they see you, and yeah.
And try and understand, if you're a trans woman, the default for a lot of people's brains is if you see someone and you're not sure, your brain goes, man. I don't know why this is, but it does seem to be the case. A lot of people will go, man. And it's a subconscious thing. They're not consciously trying to do it. There are people who will consciously go, oh, this person's obviously trans or non-binary. Let's go and misgender them. There are people who will do that, but the majority of people aren't. And if you attack back at somebody because you feel that you've been attacked because you just got misgendered, you're going to cop a lot of flack that you could have missed out on. Because if you just say, no, if you're nice back to the person, you go, actually, it's miss, or it's they, or could you, or my name, if you think they're going to have a difficulty with your pronoun, give them your name and let them try to correct themselves before you say, come on, I find that a little bit difficult. Could you please use what I'd like to use? And be nice about it, because most people, the majority of people that you're going to interact with in your daily life are decent people and not assholes. You will encounter assholes. We all encounter assholes, but assume that they're not.
I've had some fun with that, and I do mean fun. It's all in fun. In a store, for example, I'm looking at something, and here I am as I am, and you can see what I'm doing. And one of the staff comes up to me, "Hi, sir, can I help you?" And he gets the point. It's usually a man that does this too, by the way.
I'm sorry. Did you do something physical? Because I wasn't looking. Can you do it again?
Yeah, I look down and looking at my tits.
I've done that a couple of times too. I've been like, I'm sorry.
And I usually get and this is really interesting. I just thought of this. I don't remember it happening very often with women. It's usually a man that will misgender me.
You can always do the reverse.
Weird.
Purple. I'm sorry, Purple, but it usually is men that are the ones that are the most problems with this.
You can always do the whole reverse thing of my eyes are up here to say, my validity is here.
Yeah, I like it.
Jen's,
I'm a little confused about you apologizing to me for that. Because
I'm sorry, I got confused. I forgot what I'd heard before.
Is you confusticated? Now, there was one problem
I want to pick off on your point. I think one of the things about this whole discussion for the whole community that we need to develop, kind of ironically, tolerance.
Yeah.
We need to have tolerance of each other. That we need to recognize that these words are in a very fluid state right now, that our culture is in a very fluid state, and that we are all experiencing the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune of our culture growing and changing. At the same time, we also need to be tolerant of the people who aren't in our community, who don't have an understanding of it either clinically or factually, if you would prefer. That we need to gauge intent and understand that the norm is what most people experience and live, and have not had contact with people such as ourselves.
That's what
Bo
was
and
that
we are ambassadors to our community when we get into a situation with a cis person, and need to carry on that understanding and tolerance of that person, and to use ourselves as an educational tool. That if we go around and slam the hell out of anybody who's innocent and unsuspecting of it with a misgender error, then we're doing ourselves a disservice. We're no better than that person out in Vancouver.
That's what I just posted.
There's
the one who said, it's ma'am, it's ma'am. Yeah, if you're going to get aggressive with the person who's misgendered you, straight off the bat, I wouldn't be surprised if they kept misgendering you, because you are being an asshole to them.
I think with that particular video that there was more going on than was shown.
I agree with you. I think there was much more that had happened there to get that person to that point. But the point isn't this particular person. I don't know that this person is a good example at all. But what's seen in the video, if you take that just as the context and don't make it as a judgment of this woman, is a case of reacting badly. Now, we don't know what happened before because the video was probably cut to make them look bad. But if you do react like this woman did, you're as much in the wrong, if not more so, than the person who misgendered you. And that's just the way it is. You need to perhaps grow a bit of a backbone and be a little bit stronger in and of yourself. And by being stronger, I don't mean to lash out and attack. I mean be kind to the other person so that your kindness is what wins. Yeah. Because if you're showing kindness to a bigot, generally speaking, they've got nowhere to go.
I think it was also Mark Twain that said, never ascribe to malice what can be more easily explained by stupidity.
Exactly.
That got thrown
just
quite a lot
assume the other person didn't have good information and correct them politely.
Yeah. There's been many times where I've been in a misgendering situation, and I could tell that the person was not only acting innocently, but at that very moment, when even before I actually said anything or fully reacted, that just with an eye glance, that they knew that they made a mistake and they were about to apologize. And I will try to make them feel better in the situation and say, that's all right. I know what I look like.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get misgendered in public. It's happened on the phone a few times, and generally speaking, my reaction to that is just to give the person my name. If they don't follow from that, I will... And most people then go, oh, I'm sorry, and I go, oh, that's okay, it happens. Most people will respond in the good. Occasionally, you'll get a person who's an asswipe. And the best response to that, as if it happens on the phone, is misgender them back. It really gets up their nose without you being an ass any more than they are.
I usually let it go and see how long it takes them to catch on, because it's a lot funnier if they've been doing it for 10 minutes and then they realize it.
I spoke earlier about how sometimes I will misgender the person right back and be very hostile towards them. I reserve that for the people who that I sense are being malicious and intentionally nasty. And for those folks, I will go toe to toe with them and shred them and then call their boss. But the vast majority are completely innocent. And I have to be realistic. I know that sometimes I look like crap. And I think that any transsexual person needs to understand that that's a reality, and that we need to be as kind to others as we want them to be to us. As far as transgender folks who, aren't making the, shall I say, binary commitment to one identity, well, hey, you get what you pay for, and if you've opened yourself up to be fluid, you have to expect that you're going to get a fluid expression back at you.
Yeah.
Hey, can you give me the link for where you got your sheer pins? Maybe they have other pins that I might like to get.
Yeah, it was a Kickstarter a while back. I'll see if they opened up like an Etsy shop or something. I also have some friends who have bought some. I can ask them, and I'll get back to you. Something I did want to bring up as the person on the other end of this, because I am cis, we need to remember as cis people, especially if we're out in public and we're meeting a trans person at random, you do not have to put up with the abuse, but you do not know how good or bad that trans person's day has been. And you don't know if they're overreacting because they're just having a bad day. They're having to, just assume that might be a possibility and and don't be defensive.
Oh, it comes down to both sides, yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of times, that one time that you see the trans person on the news yelling at everybody, they've been pushed probably all day long by all sorts of little things, and you just happen to be on the unfortunate fool who happened to be the last straw on the camel's back.
Yeah.
So
This
please
comes down to
remember that as
being
well.
better people. Always strive to be the better person. If everybody strives to be the better person and treat everybody else with dignity, this shit doesn't happen. It's as simple as that. Just be better. Sorry, I killed him.
It's okay. No, I just wanted to add that in because like I have seen
No, you're
people
right, Trey.
overreact, and it's just like you don't know what it's a stranger. You don't know what their day has been like, and I do that with everybody. I worked in customer service for a while, and that really can do one of two things for you. It can either make you a bitter, horrible, terrible person who wants to spread misery, or it makes you super empathetic and you're like, I don't know what your day is like. Let's just let it slide and keep going.
Yeah, and I sighed at that. I don't know if it came through, but I sighed because I'm thinking, for people, I mean, for people like us and people who are like actual allies, they know that. I think most understand that. Yeah, they understand that. But the problem is that there's just so many people out there who don't understand, who
Yeah.
don't know, and who don't care.
Oh yeah. And that is a
And
real problem.
and they're not at all empathetic to the fact that, hey, this person's been misgendered 4 or 5 times today, and you just added on to it. They just get pissed because they're mad at me. I didn't do anything. It's like this picture that I just saw, where the character was talking about, it was 2 characters talking. It was a white character and a black character, and the white character said something about, can you believe they called me racist? And the black character was like, you've done this to me like 3 times before already, and basically goes on to explain that, like, as a black person, it's not my job to tell you you're not racist and to reinforce that you're fine. And that at the same time, I think that's similar with trans folks. Like, if somebody misgenders you or wants to know things, not everybody is obligated or has the energy to be your teacher. And I don't know. I think I just kind of crashed into a wall because I don't know where I was going with that.
Yeah, emotional labor is
I
a
do that
thing
all the
too.
time.
Emotional labor is a thing too. Some people have all the energy in the world to handhold and be like, I can deal with this. I can help you learn. And other people are just like, I don't have the mental or the emotional capacity to teach you. Please go look up resources. There are resources on Google. There's nothing wrong with either stance. You've got to do what you've got to do to keep yourself mentally okay. It just depends on the person. Some people cannot sit down and be like, hi, I'm going to teach you all the things. They just don't have it in them. Killed it.
Yep.
No, sorry. You mentioned pins, and then I was like, I got dragged down a rabbit hole of pins on Etsy and stuff. Because I just bought some Halloween pins to put on my vest for work, and then I was like, oh, well, I probably wouldn't do a she/her, but maybe like a rainbow flag pin or an ace flag or something like that. And so I started looking at it and went down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, that happens. I've had that happen with my stuff. Unfortunately, I can't do that very often because I don't really have money. But I do have Ace swag that I have created for Ace Awareness Week. But that's really derailing.
Back to the misgendering, I do think one thing to consider, is that for most people, it's something that's probably never happened to them. So they probably can't empathize. They probably don't understand why it would be a big deal.
And I mean, even if they have been misgendered, they don't have all that extra baggage associated with it. So they just laugh it off. Like, how could you be so stupid? You know, I've been misgendered a couple of times. And it always triggers anxiety. Like my stomach knots, and I get like kind of like I don't know how to describe it, but mostly it's in my stomach and it's an anxiety feeling. And it always pulls up these feelings because when I was a kid, um, I I had really short hair because I wouldn't take care of my hair. And so my mom always cut it really short. And I lived in an area where there was always people who had girls had long hair, boys had short hair. So growing up, the joke was always, "Oh, are you a boy or a girl?" And so growing up finding out I'm intersex and then being misgendered, it brings in this thought into my head. Did they see something I couldn't when I was growing up? Is there something about me that's a boyish that's I can't do it with the echo.
I think the
Diana.
echo is because Diana stepped away from her computer. So I think her
Yeah.
microphone's now picking up her speakers.
Diana, you broke it.
We might have to mute you for a minute, Diana.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I forgot I can do that from here somehow.
Yeah. Just mute her.
There we
should
go.
be a
Yeah, I just had to find the button.
So yeah, whenever somebody calls me he or like my coworker said that I reminded her of Peter Griffin from the Family Guy.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah. She tried to play it off. She's like, "Oh, it's just because you were wearing a white shirt and you're white, and Peter Griffin wears a white shirt and he's white." I'm like, really? Don't fly with me. So whenever that happens and somebody calls me by the wrong gender, I get that anxiety feeling, and then it brings me back to thinking about, well, do they see something about me that I don't see that presents myself as male? Because that makes me very uncomfortable, you know. And so I think that's the level of dysphoria. I'm not 100%.
Yeah, it's part of dysphoria. It's not entirely all of dysphoria. There is a awful lot of triggering of dysphoria from being misidentified, and it is a strong thing.
Mhm.
And it's one of the few things that trans people, even after transitioning, can cop from time to time. But there is dysphoria is also about the way you react to your own body, because our mind's mapping of how our body should be isn't right. So you are disassociating from a lot of how your body is,
Mhm.
and it's things you don't have as well as things you do have. So your brain your brain is expecting, especially through puberty, which is why a lot of the times it being trans hits harder during puberty, because all of a sudden the changes are happening to you that your brain wasn't expecting. And that is really bad. So you imagine if you're a trans man, okay, you don't have a penis when you're a young kid, but at least the rest of your body's mostly how you're not too unhappy with. Yeah, the trans man hits puberty and starts growing tits and goes, these things are meant to be here. And if they get really well endowed, it's incredible dysphoria.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that what I felt when somebody
no,
misgendered
but
me
you
is
get
the
an
same.
idea of what we feel.
Right,
from
that's what
that.
I'm saying. I said I know how I
and it
feel,
is part of it.
and I can only imagine that for a trans person, it must be much worse than how I feel when it happens to me.
I think the word dysphoria is used and is very much in danger of becoming thoroughly marginalized as a descriptive term to understand what a transsexual is going through. To be gender dysphoric is not to be um, uncomfortable with a particular situation that just happened socially.
Yeah, it's all there all the time.
It's not being unhappy. It's not being sad that this occurred or that occurred or I had this thought or I had that thought. Dysphoria is a crippling self-loathing where you want to either destroy yourself or your body because of what it is. Okay, it is an intensity issue, not a type issue. You know, like I'm feeling sad about my body. Maybe you feel sad about your body, but I want to tear my body into little pieces because of it. I want to take a razor and cut parts of me off because of it.
Yeah. And
Okay.
that's how intense dysphoria is. When you're talking about the dysphoria that a transsexual person goes through compared to somebody who is non-binary, where they're just a little bit uncomfortable with what happens during the day. It's not just a level of uncomfortable; it is mental torture for a transsexual person because we are literally housed in the wrong body.
Right.
And
Right.
it is absolute torture on us, and it starts from an incredibly young age for most of us. Even those who
Yeah.
transitioned later in life will remember that they had these feelings when they were younger. It's more common to come out younger now because there's more awareness of the situation now than it was. So even for me, when even for me as a kid, I knew about people like Carolyn Cozzi and Christine Jordanson when I was a kid. So I'd done my research. When I was 10 years old, I knew what a transsexual was, and I knew I was one. And I mean, I went down the whole self harm route, as in trying to neuter myself, because you don't want that thing there. I went I tried to self medicate, but ran out of hormones. and then, and I tried to come out to my parents who didn't really understand. So it was difficult, but it's a lot easier now. So it's a lot better if you're a young person transitioning. Um, so,
Can
so
I?
it is a lot deeper than just how some people would describe it. Proper dysphoria at its rankingness for a transsexual person is incredibly intense. And those transsexual people who choose not to have surgery generally only do because they've got something else there that actually provides a bigger fear or something else that is stopping them from going the full step for the surgery. So a lot of them is fear of the surgery itself, whether that's because they're worried about their outcome or they're actually just worried about having surgery. A lot of people are absolutely paranoid about having surgery. There because there is always a risk of dying when you have surgery.
Jens, may I
Any
go on
surgery.
go on from there?
Yeah, go on, please.
Doorknob Head, you say ouchie. Try to visualize this. These folks have heard this story before. When I was a teenager, I had a dark room in our basement, and it was all mine. No, my brothers never came in there. My parents never came in there. It was my space because I was the only one into photography and doing that kind of stuff. But it was also my secret little lair. And I had one day where I literally found myself in my dark room filled with such self hate that I dropped drawers and I was sitting there with a very sharp knife in hand ready to cut off my member. And
Dismembering.
and I think the only thing that kept me from doing it was that my father just happened to come down and knock on the door. Um, I don't remember why, but he did. And it brought me to my senses, and I was able to hide the knife and pull my pants back up quick enough before he came through the door.
I tried using docking
And so
bands.
it's not ouchy. It is way more intense, but
Yeah.
it's very very real. Now, you then say how about those movies where a man and woman switch bodies? If played as a serious drama, I wonder if that would help people understand dysphoria as described. It may, but that is really only approaching the accoutrements of gender change and gender differences. Although that is certainly part of it, there's a hell of a lot to learn about the differences and all the accoutrement differences that one goes through as you change. So it may give some insight, but I don't know how you would approach the dysphoria essence of the issue. I mean, you would have to have a tremendous fucking acting crew. They would have to be
Yeah.
awful damn good at it. And I don't even know how I would write something like that to express how intense it is.
I would
I
have
think it would almost be impossible to get a cis actor to to portray how dysphoria actually
No,
feels
I don't
on the
think they
screen.
could.
I
I
don't
don't think
think
they
they
could.
could. I
And
don't think it's possible to properly explain it to a cis person what dysphoria is like.
and Bo, for your question, is it related to being suicidal? Absolutely.
Oh yeah, it certainly
Absolutely.
causes, but it's whilst it's not the case that being trans is what makes you suicidal, but dysphoria is to such an extent when you are, especially when you're younger and you're not sure how you can solve the problem. It is incredibly intense. It's why there's so much suicide in young trans people. That and rejection, because most parents don't know how to deal with this, and they go the whole route of you'll grow out of it. That was actually directly said to me by my mum. You'll grow out of it. You'll be fine. You're probably just gay, which she was quite all right with the idea that I could have been gay. Trans was not a good idea. And
You
she
know, I
actually
didn't
no
realize
longer.
till you said it how much of a trigger phrase "you'll grow out of it" is for me.
It's a horrible thing to be told when you're a kid.
That just started a small anxiety attack right there.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I hate hearing it out of anyone's lips. Telling people they'll grow out of something is, yeah,
So dismissive.
it is. It is. It shows absolutely no respect for the person or the child,
Yeah,
as
Bo,
far as I'm
you're right.
concerned.
Dad was kind of a hero because I gone through with it, I probably would have bled to death. There's some rather major vessels down there.
Yeah.
But more importantly, they need those parts for later on. Of course, I didn't know that then.
Yeah.
Um,
Well,
Oh yeah, we
that's
don't
what.
realize that when we're kids. Yeah.
and
Yeah, I
I
heard.
That's what stops
I told my
me.
dad about that incident too. When I was caring for him in his last year of life, I tried to share that story with him, and he had absolutely zero recollection of the day, which people don't remember every day of their life. So
Did you have a
um,
discussion with your parents about it when you were a kid, Jen?
no, um,
Did you,
I thought
Diana?
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Because
no,
I did at separate
Those
times with
two?
my dad and my mom.
I was caught cross dressing, and I was
Oh, me too. By
let's
my
just say
brother.
very severely punished for it, to the point where I knew that that's not something I could ever discuss with them, and why it took me till I was 27 years old to actually tell them, and even at that, it took me 4 hours to actually get it across my lips.
Now, I knew from a very early age that if any indication of what I was wondering about myself, what I was beginning to understand about myself, were to come out to those two, I would have been an 11-year-old on the street. I
Your
kept my
youngest.
fucking mouth fucking shut.
Um, does Orla want to hop back in here because she just said something about her youngest son?
I can be thrown out.
I don't care. I can as well. I don't mind.
Where am I?
No, you're important for this part of the conversation.
Uh,
Perp, throw me out again.
Well, if Orla steps in, she's not even in the room
yeah,
yet.
she's not in yet. It's just I saw what she posted in the chat, and I was wondering
But
if she
yeah,
wanted
if
to pop
Orla, if
in.
you want to come in, then we'll.
Yeah, just give me a heads up when you're throwing me out, Perp.
Well, we'll just rotate you out for a while. You can come back in when somebody else
Oh
comes.
Oh,
yeah.
you're on a
Well,
bus, Ola. No, forget
Yeah,
it.
and it's
Okay. Shall we read it out?
but
Ola was talking about her youngest son went through a phase for about a year wanting to wear girls' clothes and grow their hair out and everything, and said they felt like a girl sometimes, and it appears not to be a big thing anymore. You may find in the
it does
future,
happen.
because it does happen. You can find that sometimes this is just a part of finding about themselves, and cross dressing might be something that your kids into later in life. May not be. It's just about discovery at that point. This is why young transition is encouraged to be a social transition and not medical, at least to start off with, and then only puberty blockers up until mid-teens, because these things do happen, and this is one of the things where they're talking about medical intervention on trans people. They like the current thinking from the medical intervention for young kids is that they do a degree mapping for how intense their dysphoria is. So if the dysphoria is mostly shown to be a social dysphoria and it's how they present themselves, they're not towards their body, then they will err on the side of caution and delay medication as long as possible. Give the kid a chance to discover themselves. However, if there's a high level of body dysphoria, they will tend to encourage blockers to come in sooner to try and avoid as much of puberty as possible, because somebody with a high level body dysphoria is going to react even worse to going through the wrong puberty. So there is this thing that this is where that thing of being gender fluid and stuff, where it's a social dysphoria rather than a physical and bodily one, and they are two different things. So in the case of your son, all that you might find when they hit puberty, they might go, "No, I really am a girl," and this may all come up again because you don't know. It may or may not happen. You also may find out later on that they're gender fluid or non-binary or whatever. But all these things are fine. These are just different ways our brains have developed in early childhood and everything. And and this concept that we're molded by the things around us. Well, yes, our personalities are, but not entirely our choices, because as we've already said, a lot of what is us isn't our conscious thought. It's what's in the back. It's our subconscious. And a lot of the way our brains developed and the structures within them are actually developed in utero. So people are who they are. They're what they come out as. And that's probably the heaviest influence on who you're going to be as you grow up. That mixed in with that social interaction. Which is why I don't think it's unfair to say that gender, and even to some extent gender identity, is influenced by social constructs, because definitely gender presentation is, and some of the norms that we come to expect from gender are. But when you're talking for a transsexual person where you've got high body dysphoria, then that body dysphoria doesn't come from social interaction. That actually comes from brain mapping to body, and it is a true case of the opposite gender brain being in the wrong body.
Yeah,
I think I really could have benefited from blockers had they been available to me. And I know the blockers were out there, but given the situation I was in, there was no way I would have ever been able to have them. Because there would have possibly then been the case where certain developments did not occur, that sort of thing, and other developments in this same vein. So the transition might have been an easier one for me once I did transition. But then again, that was a different time. When I'm sitting on my bed crying, saying to myself, am I like Christine Jorgensen, and what the fuck do I do if I am? That was 1966.
I did the same thing, talking about Carolyn Causey in my head.
Yeah, but the thing is that the time that this was happening was not the right time. The societal reaction to that sort of thing was, and had I been able to transition, I would have faced some pretty bad discrimination as a girl. I did get lucky that I did not face the kinds of discrimination that girls faced, the kinds of totally inappropriate expectations that girls
can't help
faced.
thinking that I say sometimes I'm lucky because I'm intersex, because I didn't get as much testosterone poisoning as some of you did. Because I actually produced estrogen as well, so I had some balance, and I grew some breast tissue pre and everything, so that was nice for me. But in some respects, it was actually worse because it was really hard to properly hide myself when I had tits in the boys' change room.
Okay, now, this doesn't
Yeah,
relate to
okay,
the
yeah.
dysphoria, but I think this could relate to what Orla was talking about. My own experience that, when I was young, like 8 to 10 years old, that on a number of occasions, my sisters dressed me up in their clothes and did makeup and whatever on me.
Oh, you were so lucky.
Well, yeah, and I didn't really even realize until, much later in life, like when I was in my 20s, that that was supposed to be humiliating because I enjoyed being treated as a girl.
But just ask what
Okay, then.
testosterone poisoning is. It's what
Oh
trans women
my.
call puberty, or their original puberty.
Yeah, that's having the testosterone coursing through your body that does not belong there.
Yeah. Something every
And
trans
then there's
woman
this
would say
cat
would
over
want to
here.
avoid if they could. Having
And
said
it's
that,
one of the things
I
that,
wouldn't change anything I went through. I honestly wouldn't. I wouldn't. If I had it again, I still would have it go the same way because I like the way things ended up. I like the friends and the people that I made. I love having my 2 daughters, which I feel absolutely lucky as all anything to have 2 daughters, considering I should have been infertile being insexed. Um, I'm absolutely, there's no way I'd want to change anything.
Well, it is
So,
one of those things that you can't go back and change one thing without it causing a whole domino
That's
effect.
right. So
So
what
it's
oh
like,
my, that's something I go over in my head. Yeah.
yeah, there was an awful lot of shitty stuff that happened in my life, especially as a child. But yeah, if all of that hadn't happened, I wouldn't have met my fiance. So it's like, no, I'm not going to back up any of that.
Yeah.
one of the things that I guess I'm glad about, that I've given some thought to, um, as, having been raised as a boy, the expectations on a boy, of course, as we all know, back in the 60s, um,
Very different.
was, you're going to grow up and be the breadwinner, and so you have to have these skills and this knowledge and blah 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 blah. And so I got all that stuff. When I look back at my classmates, from senior high school, the majority of women ended up taking the role, the very classic stereotypic mom at home with the kids. Um, so I guess I'm kind of glad I didn't get stuck into that stereotype. Although
Yeah, and it's
I know
basically
that
what I was saying earlier. Yeah.
if I had been born female, I know that my mom wouldn't have raised me that way because she was an independent and professional woman. Um, but still, to look back and think, oh, well, geez, I could have ended up with this life of being at home and taking and raising kids, which is, of course, fine, perfectly valid, wonderful thing to do. But instead, I got to do things like build and drive race cars and, all these kind of cool things that most women never get a chance to experience.
But
Yeah,
they
it's
do
But
now.
that's the thing that really, that's the thing that really got to me with the letters that were sent, or the personal ads that were sent to magazines like Tapestry and stuff like that. Yeah, I go that far back, where the people writing the letters are, I want to cook and clean and be the perfect housewife and everything else. And I would sit there and, you're fetishizing this, aren't you? Um, because the way it was written was not the way I saw a person with a healthy outlook on life would be, thinking of that sort of thing. Maybe I'm wrong, and probably I'm wrong. I usually am wrong, but cooking and cleaning is not an end. It's a means to an end, yeah. Such that you've got to eat and you've got to have a decent space to live in. But I don't see personally how that is an end in itself. And yet some of these people came off as if they believed that was it. Cook, clean, please a man. And it's like, what the fuck?
Jen, could you define
Especially the please a man
poisoning
part.
for Bull?
Could I do what?
Could you define testosterone poisoning for Bull?
Oh, I thought we already did say that. Yeah, Diana and I
thought we
already
did,
that.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we
okay,
did that
I'm
already,
sorry.
Jen.
I missed. Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, no, testosterone.
Yeah, it's the
poisoning is
testosterone
when
that's not supposed to be there.
Yeah, it's basically going through the wrong puberty. Is
Yeah,
what we're suggesting for a trans.
Yeah,
You
and
could call it estrogen poisoning if you were a trans man.
Diana, what you
Yeah,
were
and
describing there was actually a regular fantasy for me when I was in like third or fourth grade. That, I liked the idea of that if I could find someone that I could stay home and be the housewife and take care of the home and, just have dinner ready when my partner came home. And so, yeah,
Okay.
that actually
Okay,
was
so I am
a
wrong on that
fantasy
one.
of
That
mine
wouldn't
for
be the
quite
first
a few
time.
years.
Yeah,
I mean, if I could find
Um,
if I could have gotten to the position where I could stay home and clean and cook, I'd do that. I don't have
Yeah.
a problem with that.
yeah,
And
You know,
I
actually,
mean, I like cooking.
I'll try to talk at the same time. I was to say, the whole thing about going back and changing anything. I've often sat there and gone, "Oh, if I could go back, I'd change this and I'd change this and I'd change this." But then when you do that, you think about it and you be like, "But then I wouldn't be me."
yeah,
You
Yeah.
know,
exactly.
you
Exactly. Because
it's
I
just one of
have
those
wondered
things.
many times. Even recently, I've wondered what if, for example, he would have got that job in Chicago and would not have come back to Cleveland. Then someone else would have adopted me, and I wouldn't have had to have put up with those two. But then, what would I have got into with the people who would have adopted me?
Yeah, there's
And
no saying that they would have been better. They could have been worse.
that whole thing. Yeah, absolutely. And believe it or not, there was worse than I actually had.
Yeah,
But so you have to wonder. You do that, as you say, change one thing.
yeah. I don't know whether
Okay,
Diana,
fourth grade.
I don't know whether you, Diana, or Jenna had this when you originally saw your sites, but I got asked the question, and I'm guessing it wasn't. It wasn't. It was probably not long after the original Matrix film came out, so that's probably what I counted it. But he said, if I could offer you a tablet now, and it would totally change you to being a woman, but from birth. So you'd always been a woman. You'd never been trans. You'd been born cis. Would you take that tablet? And
Yes.
I said no. And he looked at me and goes, "What?" And I go, "I've got two girls. There is no way in this world I would change that. I wouldn't want them not to be here. How could you ask me to do that?"
Yeah,
and he
that's
goes, "Well, would you rather I gave you a tablet that made it so you were never trans and you were just a guy and you could have just stayed a guy?" And I go, "No." And he goes, "What?" And he goes, "No, because I wouldn't be me. How you're asking me to stop being me. Why would I want to stop being me? I just want to be the better, more comfortable in my body me. That's all."
I wonder why the question is never because they always pose that to the people who have transitioned and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It seems like I wonder why they never ask, hey, if you could just press a button and skip the money part for your surgery and just be able or get the body modifications in such a way where it's instantaneous, doesn't hurt, and doesn't cost a lot. would you smack the button? It's like,
Oh yeah, that would be.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's like,
Oh yeah!
If we could completely
offer that
change your body from
hypothetical.
now, but it doesn't alter anything in the past, would you do that right now? Would you walk in that door now and go, "Yeah, okay, let me in there now,
Oh,
right
yeah.
now"?
Yeah.
There was a
Well-
TV show. I can't remember if it was Twilight Zone or Outer Limits. I'm pretty sure it was Twilight Zone. Where
I think I know where you're going. Just saying.
there
Keep
there
going.
was this ugly girl, and she was
Exactly
like
right. Mhm.
the thin girl with the long hair that I assumed was red. I don't know why I assumed that, but it was in a hospital setting, a modern, futuristic hospital, and she was contemplating whether or not to have the surgery or procedure to become beautiful. And there was apparently there was like 4 or 5 different styles of beautiful for men and for women. And you would go into this machine and they would push their buttons and you would come out looking completely different. And I wanted to have that machine so bad.
Yeah.
But that was the episode where it turns out that everyone who was beautiful was ugly by our standards, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's where I thought. I was like, as soon as you started saying hospital, I'm like, she's talking about that episode of the Twilight Zone.
Oh, listen, there's just this news on that I want to share. Remember that shooting in Florida where the guy did the stand your ground thing and killed a black man who parked in a handicapped parking spot right in front of his son?
Pretty.
Yeah.
The guy was found guilty.
Oh, that's good.
I'd have to
Yeah.
agree with all that. The fact that we have trans people in our reality sort of proves that we're not in the Matrix. Because
Yeah.
Yeah,
because
I see that.
the
I
Matrix
see that.
takes your mental image of who you are and presents that as your body within the Matrix. So
No.
a trans person could not be a non-binary could, but a transsexual person could not be, because we'd be in the right bodies every single time.
Well, no, you can't buy that if you're going according to the Matrix movie, because they gave that whole spiel about how they had created a perfect world and we didn't take to it right, so that they decided we needed to struggle, and that's why we still had wars and such.
Yeah, and which is why they would have deliberately picked a percentage of people to forcibly make trans in their world.
Yeah,
So the possibility is that they're suggesting that if those people got unplugged, they'd actually be the correct gender.
Well,
they just left people as they were.
If
Well-
I'm trans because of a government conspiracy, then the government is more fucked up than I ever imagined it could be.
Well,
This is the most
like
horrible thing to put someone through.
like you said, if being
Oh yeah, I
trans
agree with
is a
Dylan.
genetic
Truth
part.
is no designer.
Yeah, but like I said,
Maybe
like
that's why the religious right hate us so much, because we disprove God.
that could be it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
Or
were
a
you
good
saying?
Well,
argument.
then
Go
there's
ahead,
the other.
Kitty, you
There's
were
the
trying
other
to say
thing
something.
that I.
It's fine. I was gonna
Then
say,
there's
like,
the other thing that I've very often.
Diana,
Sorry,
stop.
Go.
if being trans is a genetic thing that someone's predisposed to the moment that they're conceived and all that jazz, then no, that wouldn't work.
What?
There are 6 DNA markers that seem to be consistent across trans people, but we also know that it's partly to do with the hormonal wash in utero.
No,
as
yeah,
well.
I remember what I was going to say.
There's 7 different things that fit in different ways to create different types of different ways for people to be trans. This is how they're currently thinking, and the way that they can interact can also form the ways that non-binary can occur as well.
Now that paper I want
Okay,
to read for.
then there wouldn't be transgender people if it's relating mostly to estrogen flush in utero. In the Matrix, we weren't conceived normally. We were grown in a vat.
Yeah,
so there wouldn't be an estrogen flush.
Yeah, and you'd also have the fact that they would only keep those. they'd probably only keep those who they considered genetically viable to grow, because the ones who are a bit weird aren't worth it. So the only way there were trans people in the Matrix is if they were deliberately made that way by the Matrix. So if you flushed them out, they'd actually be in the right gender.
Jen,
Yeah.
before we
Okay.
get too far off, I would really like a link to that paper you just discussed about the 7 markers.
Have a talk to Sasha.
Sasha.
I don't know
Yeah.
Sasha.
I'll introduce you to her on Twitter. She's got the links to all of those, and it's quite interesting reading, but I can't remember what they are at the moment.
What's her Twitter handle? Because I may already
Sasha.
be following. Okay.
Her
Is
current
it S-A-S-H?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. I will go and ask
her.
her.
Her at is sliced off, I think.
Yeah, sliced off. Yeah.
Okay. I believe I'm already following her. I went on like a following.
I mean, there's probably
binge a few
more than
days
those
ago.
6, but they've found 6 so far.
Did you say the handle is Life's Tough?
Sliced. As in, cut it off. Cut it off, Coco. Cut it off.
Oh, slice it off.
Yeah, sliced. Just sliced off. Not sliced. Sliced.
Yeah.
Sliced off. Yeah.
Well, folks, I have to go. It's almost 5:30 in the morning, and I have to go.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go and organize tea, so I'm probably going to have to shoot out too. So, do we want to wind up, Purple?
Thank you for all being here.
Thank you for having me. I realize that I am the only cis person.
No,
yeah, but
Kitty
thank
cis.
you for having me and allowing me to interact.
Well, you are added to the discussion, and you do have a different
funny.
Perspective.
Yeah.
Cis, Purple
what
cis,
does the
but
chat
gender
say?
fluid. So yeah, you got there's 3 cis and 3 trans people here, but and you're the only one who isn't either cis or intersex.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I worded that wrong, Pirate Kitty.
It's
I thought
okay.
that too.
Like I said, it's not obvious.
Cute, eh?
What's cute? Huh?
Nothing.
Oh.
This has been an awesome discussion. I'm sad I'm probably not going to be around for the next part of it, but yeah, there's a few good people you could drag in. Diana, Caden's one of them, and I'm sure she'd they. Caden is a they.
Okay.
I'm sure Caden would drop in. Or even see if you can get Sasha in, because Sasha is, knows some of the stuff that the papers that Jen's asking about. So it'd be interesting to have her perspective. So yeah, there's a few other people you can ask.
Okay, so that'll be worthwhile.
Yeah, to have a few different voices is always good.
See what we can do.
Okay. Yep. Do we have any final
we'll
questions
just have to figure
from the
out
side
exactly
chat there? Anything people think we didn't cover yet? I mean, there's a lot we didn't cover yet, but of what we have gone through, are there any specific questions?
Then we have to wait.
Yep.
Well, while we're waiting for questions, I have something this time to share. Anti-Ordinary is having an issue. Somebody is apparently falsely MCAing them.
Oh, for the love of St. Gorg. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring it up. You know, whether you like Demi or not, it's
not right
still an issue.
Yeah.
That she's being.
Well, the other party involved.
Like
the other party involved is not behaving well either.
Right. I've seen some of what they were doing.
Yeah,
it's obviously been fighting for about a month. It's ridiculous. But false DCMAs are beyond the pale.
Yeah, like you say, whether or not you like the person who's being abused, it's still not right. That
is it longer than that? Is it, Diana? I've only noticed it for the last month.
It was something I think a couple months back.
It started early this year.
Oh
Yeah.
wow!
They were having a
It
conversation,
started.
and there was
It
some kind of
started back. It started back before Tony Murphy became persona non grata. So that's how long ago it was.
Yeah. No, that's
I
crazy.
have to say I wound up that I stopped following her, so I don't know what's going on currently.
Well, apparently they had a conversation, and there was some. It was a semantic issue, I think, about the Earth rotating around the sun, or the sun,
Yeah, and the
something
whole
like
thing
that.
is, oh Lord. Okay, this is going to get back to both parties, but I don't care. When Demi gets an idea in her head, she won't let go. When she decides she's right about something, she will not let go until all parties decide that she's right, even when she's wrong. And Stags will not let anything go when he thinks he's been wronged.
Oh,
And
those
this
two
is
butting
not a
heads.
good
Yeah.
combination. Uh-huh.
Okay, I remember their previous round.
Although, to be honest, Demi was actually right. I will
Okay,
say that
I
Demi
forget.
was right. Her
It's
attitude
been
over
long. It's
dealing
been
with it
long.
is
It's
wrong.
been long enough. It's been long enough ago that I forget the details. But yeah, it's a long time ago. They could have said, "Let's just take this private. We're not going to worry about it." No, they couldn't. Neither one of
Yeah.
them. And
But
and
that
the whole
doesn't
thing
change the
about
fact that
him
DCMAs are
was it would.
retarded.
Oh right, and no, and the thing it would kind of settle down, and then he'd pull it back out again.
But I mean,
It's like, Stags, come
the
on.
long and short of it is that she did something that was fair use. He striked her, and now apparently he's saying he'll retract the strike if she privates every video she's ever made involving him. So he's trying to blackmail her. In this instance, it looks like that's what he's trying to do, is blackmail.
You
And
put something out
that
on
action alone
YouTube.
is probably against the law too.
Yeah, and also you put something out on YouTube, people under law have the ability to respond to it.
Yeah.
Right. But
Yeah,
because he
but he
doesn't
didn't
like
like
her,
that, so he DCMA'd her. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, and this is like, can
He
you
did- he
leave
did
it
a Ken Homine.
alone, Stags? Yeah.
I
Yeah, well, he seems to treat it as a big joke.
yeah, he has. That could come to backfire on him because I wouldn't put it past Demi to make a legal issue out of it.
it looks
Well,
like
she
she
certainly
did
can now.
counter. She did counter, I think.
She would be.
I think the last thing that I
Yeah, she
saw
would actually have a leg to stand on.
Yeah,
was that she's going to do a count or something. I'm trying to find it.
she's done a counterclaim through. She's doing a counterclaim through a lawyer,
Yeah.
so she doesn't have to dox herself. This is part of the thing. By putting in a counterclaim, she has to dox herself, and she doesn't want to do that. So that's fair enough.
Yeah, she said just filed a counterclaim to illegal and false copyright strikes. It's effing bullshit. I need to give this creep my address and phone number to prevent me and my channel being walked over. If my info is doxed, it can only be one person.
Yeah, I believe after that she got a message that she didn't have to put her actual name in it, and she hadn't submitted it yet. So she's easily going to use the $5 lawyer thing, so she can go through.
Mm-hmm.
So
gosh.
Okay.
anyway,
Well,
shall
okay,
we?
that aside.
It's all a bunch of poo poo.
So,
It's many much to poo poo.
Mini much, yeah. I love
So-
Demi, but yeah, I hate this public crap.
if we're going to do the normal wind down thing, does anybody have anything coming up that they want to plug?
I'll have a video
Diana,
out
of course, you're doing
some
Sunday.
point.
What what time you be starting?
Noon.
Okay, I am doing Coffee with Lavender Sunday at noon Eastern. I'll just have to figure out what to call it, and then we can pick up where we left off here. I hope the audience doesn't mind. I mean, who was it that was talking to me and they said that I've discovered something that's been long known, that sex sells? Because I tell you, last week's program got a heck of a turnout. There were a lot of naked people in the side chat, and that can mean only one thing: they were new, because I had not given them a wrench yet.
Well,
I think it was the topic specifically, and then it was brought on by that Rachel McKinnon, who also disparaged the ace community. So people were expecting more, or they wanted to talk about that. I mean, that's what I wanted to talk about. But
I'm not surprised it was popular. I mean, my video on her is my most watched video now. So
well,
what's
I do
funny
have
is
to
we
give.
never mentioned her once during the stream.
Yeah, that's true.
Like
oh,
we
yeah,
never
damn it,
we
why
talked
wasn't I there?
all about it. We talked all about it and like
No, I would have mentioned
all about
it.
the subject, but we never talked about the actual tweets. Like it
I've
never
been
came
blocked
up
by
in the
her
stream.
twice now. Both my accounts are blocked by Rachel McKinnon.
I blocked her first because I don't deal with people.
She's block happy. She's always been block happy. My first block I got from her because she made this dumb, really stupid statement about how we shouldn't teach about Sir Isaac Newton in well, she didn't say sorry. It's about Isaac Newton in high schools because he wasn't a very nice person. Him being a person has nothing to do with.
Neither was Albert Einstein.
Yeah, I know. We teach these things because, and then when we pointed this out to her, she goes, "Oh, but his discoveries aren't relevant anymore because of Einstein." And I'm like,
what?
Yeah, no. Einstein did not wipe out Newtonian mechanics. Einstein gave us a more complete understanding of how these things work in our universe. Did not wipe it out. Newton was not wrong. He was not. He just wasn't complete. And you teach that.
He was not complete.
Because it's important. Yeah, he wasn't complete. He was an incomplete man.
Okay.
Newtonian gravity will get you from here to the moon and back. It's no problem at all.
Okay,
I need to kind of go off in three directions here.
Sorry.
First of all,
that's what we've been doing all night.
Well, first of all, there have been some new people in the chat here for my streams, and I think that's probably largely Jen's doing, because she said she was promoting this on Discord and such. So I think I probably have to give her credit for the fact that we've got new people, but as far as the sex sells, it seems that most everybody stayed through the whole thing, so the audience retention has been a lot greater than it normally is.
That's
because
cool.
they love us.
Yeah, it's seeming to be a many much popular subject.
Yeah.
Either that or the chat's full of tranny chasers. Sorry.
No, I don't need that. I had to put up with more tranny chasers than I ever want to.
I did ask if the side chat had any questions with what we've discussed so far. And Bo was saying about tonight's stream, they still has issues between the binary versus non-binary.
Yeah, or
kind of why I left,
as Kate would have said, binary versus hexadecimal.
That's kind of why I left Queer as Cats thing. They're really, really good at kind of like getting you at least kind of introduced to the idea, because I think part of the non-binary versus binary thing is it's been slammed into our heads to only think in the binary when it comes to gender.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that you have to kind of pull that wall down quite a bit. And Queer as Cat has like a multitude of videos. They've been doing that for over 8 years. So I'm fairly certain that, you can take it a little bit at a time and just like sit down and look through it and kind of see a little bit of what the differences are. Unfortunately, other than them and Lexander, those are the only two non-binary people I know of that have channels. Although I could have people that are non-binary, they're just not open about it on their YouTube channel.
Well,
I
I'm
think
open
I was
about it,
also-
but
I know
everybody
a
seems to
person.
keep overlooking it.
Yes.
I know a
was
non-binary person
about-
who has a channel.
I think I was also talking about the aspects of biological sex as well. And the thing you have to remember when we're talking about biological sex is we're only talking about gonads and basically whether you produce eggs or sperm, because that's the complete definition of biological sex. And when we're talking about humans as being a binary, as in male and female, we're actually not talking about just one or the other. We're talking about a bimodal distribution, which means even in science, we understand that sex, as in biological sex, is a distribution. It's just the majority fits at those 2 points. So it's the majority that is here in this
But the
up and
people,
down bit, but the people themselves actually spread out around that because of intersex and other conditions. So, yes, we are a bimodal species. So basically 2 genders, but it's not exactly binary.
Yeah, it's
And
more
the
like
same
an
for gender
inverted bell
identity.
curve.
Yeah, and it's the same with gender identity, except gender identity is a more spread out bell curve because you've got less of this intensity at the point and more of a spread. Same for sexuality. Sexuality is bimodal, but it's more spread out. So
Okay. Well, and
yeah,
with the comment Bo just made, that I think a big part of the problem in the U.S. is the words sex and gender are so often used interchangeably that many people don't even realize you're
which is
talking
a bunch
about
of
2 different
poo-poo.
things.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing when you're talking about
And
sex
the other thing is that,
and yeah, go Diane.
and the other
Go, Dan.
problem here in the U.S. is that they are both they are both taboo.
This also comes back to what I was talking about before, is defining your terms. If you're going to talk about biological sex, say biological sex. Don't just say sex, because the average person in most English-speaking countries, you say sex, they're not thinking sex. They're thinking gender. They're not thinking biological sex. They're thinking gender. And that's because gender and sex are interchangeable in our normal conversation. We are talking about people's identities and generally how they present themselves, and we are talking, and we are definitely, when we're talking about sex, talking about phenotypical sex and not biological sex. Scientists and biologists talk about biological sex. Your doctor, if you go to talk to them about fertility, might talk about biological sex, because these are the only situations where that matters. For humans in our everyday life, the term we're thinking about is phenotypical sex. And trans people definitely change phenotypical sex, because that's how the parts we have on our body and how we look. So, yes, we're
talking. And then the other thing is that
phenotypical sex.
Yeah, here in the U.S., there's that third thing that they think about even before they think about phenotypical sex or whatever. They think about, as John Green so lovingly put it, schooly pooping. And that's just off limits. You don't talk about any of that because that's dirty, that's sinful, that's shameful.
Yeah, I think in the
And
U.S.,
even when
when you
you're
say
not,
sex, most people immediately jump to porn before they think of anything else.
Yeah, which is why you have to define your terms, because English is that kind of language. So if you're talking about sex as in person, use gender, because everybody knows you're not actually talking about fucking then. They know you're talking about somebody's identity, and gender's much better. And for the general population, that covers it. If you want to talk about biological sex, say biological sex.
Okay.
Because it's important in English to make sure that the people if you're the one talking, make sure that your audience knows what you're talking about. Define your language.
Jens, are you trying to make this stream go all the way till Diana
Still Diane.
starts?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I get on.
Yeah.
I shall mute
all I
myself.
ask-
Damn close on movie night.
All I ask is
Try-
that before we shut off, that I get to plug my channel because I have
Yes.
fun
Plug
stuff
your
this
channel.
month.
Yeah, Tree, I was going to get to you next. I was just going to say that I think one of the things, that with what Bo was saying is that this is also part of the problem with, especially like trying to use computers to translate things, that translating the individual words does not necessarily give you the meaning of what the person was talking about.
Mm.
You
Right,
really need that
absolutely.
cultural context to understand that.
Yeah, I agree.
So I can understand for people, if English is not their first language, how that can be extremely confusing.
Hey, with a lot of people whose first language is English, or so they say, they're still confused.
Okay, and yes, I know
Never mind.
when I mentioned about plugging things, Tria was getting very excited, so we need to give her a few minutes here.
I'm
like being
sorry. I'll only be a couple of minutes. Hey y'all, chat y'all. I got a little channel over in my little space that I talk mostly about asexuality and ex-Mormonism. And this month I have a lot. If you have not seen my latest video on bishop interviews and protect every child, and you are able to handle it, because it is a serious subject, please, 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 please go watch that, because there's a lot going on. The march has already happened. However, there are 16 organizations down in that Google Doc that I listed that you can join to help prevent child sex abuse in churches. These are verified organizations, and they all deal with different sects, and some of them also deal with trying to change laws in Congress. So please, 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 even if you don't watch the video, check and see if any of the organizations you want to support. The other thing is that on the 12th, I am celebrating my year after telling the Mormon Church to take me off their rolls. It's going to be called the Hasadiga Ebowai stream at 9 o'clock on, I believe it's, hold on. I believe that's actually tomorrow.
You're gonna have a party?
Yeah.
Tomorrow, yep.
Party,
And
party,
I'm
yay!
starting at 9. I'm starting at 9, so all y'all who are the night crowd should be able to show up unless you've got other stuff going on. And then through the 20th through the 26th, I have 4 streams planned. So I have one on Monday, I have one on Wednesday,
Jesus.
I have one on Thursday, and one on Saturday.
Busy girl.
Yep, I'm gonna be doing. I'll have like the actual times written out, like before the Hasadia Eboy stream goes up. But I'm gonna be doing one with Kinky Aces. I'm gonna be doing one on medical issues with asexuality. I'm going to be doing one that's basically under the ACE umbrella, which is basically I'm trying to gather as many ACEs as possible to talk about what the asexual spectrum actually is like, because it's not all sex repulsed. We don't like sex individuals. So it's basically trying to break myths and kind of get people to understand how sexuality can be different for different people. And then I'm also going to do, I honestly am blanking on the last subject that I picked. Oh yeah, sex repulsion. I'm going to be talking about sex repulsion. And while that is not a strictly ace thing, it is something that is highly misunderstood and something that I would like to go into discussion about. So basically, if you don't have to show up to all of them, but there will be plenty of opportunities for you to show up to a live stream. So
Do you have a Discord
Will
channel?
there be cookies?
I can make imaginary cookies out of GIFs.
Wait,
But
wait,
do you have a
What
Discord
did you
server?
just say?
Wait, would that be peanut butter cookies?
If you want, Diana. Also cake. There's always cake at Ace
Okay.
things.
Well, Diana, isn't your browser
Let them
set
eat
up
cake.
to accept cookies?
Wait, what?
Yeah, unfortunately, it has to be anymore.
Try. Do
You know what
have
I
a
have to
Discord
do? I have
server?
to get onto my. I have to get on my cooking channel and actually make some cookies one of these days. And by the way, I decided to ditch my old Discord server that I hadn't done shit with in a year, and I am in the process of setting up a new one. And the only thing I want to do is talk to a couple people who know a little bit more about Discord security than I do.
Talk to
Try.
Shane.
Does Try have a Discord server?
Yes, I do. I can leave a link for the Discord. Give me a second.
Yeah, put it in the YouTube chat. So it's
Yep.
an
You've
actual
had
link.
your second. Okay, now.
Diana, if you need help with Discord, try contacting Shane. If you're in anyone else's Discord, he's probably in there. And he mods and admins a lot of different Discords, and he's pretty good at it.
Yeah, I know the name. I've known Shane for almost as long as I've been on YouTube.
Yeah.
Shane
And
is
what's
apparently in
really
my Discord
amazing
more often
is
than I am.
Wow.
what's amazing is that what was I thinking? Now I lost it. Yep, lost it.
Okay, Diana, do you want to put a link in the side
Yes, dear.
chat for your channel?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Wakey, Diana. Is
Yes,
Okay.
dear.
is Lena still about in chat?
I haven't seen her type anything
I
for a
have
while,
not
so I
looked.
don't really know.
Because I was going to say, did you want a couple of us to do our blurb and get out of here, and Lena can come in and blurb herself? Because she
Well,
was around from a lot
yeah,
of this.
as far as the chat's concerned, she's in there, but I haven't seen anything for a while, so
Yeah,
it's
she might have
possible
nodded
she
off.
may have fallen asleep or something.
Okay. I will put
Oh, I
Lena's
don't.
channel up for her.
Nobody does that. I've never had that happen to me.
Okay, well, Jen, before you go, do you have any videos coming out this week? Anything to plug?
I
No,
will
I
have...
still need a computer.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I was going first with Jen's little corner here because
Oh, never mind. Forget everything I said.
you know
That's all right, Jen.
I know you've been doing short videos more frequently.
You said something?
Yeah, I'm planning on doing a video coming out sometime over the weekend about something we've actually discussed in here to do with making sure that you explain your definitions correctly when you're having discussions. So I'm actually going to be covering that in a video and why it's important and why we have different meanings for certain words.
Yep, that's a good topic. It's something important for people to get.
Yeah. So dump me out now if you want. Bye everyone. Love you all.
bye, Jen.
Night.
Bye, Jen.
Bye.
Yeah, well, you can drop yourself out
Next
there.
week is
Okay, other Jen. Jen with two Jens.
No, I got nothing going. I still don't have a computer, so somebody better donate one pretty quick.
Yeah.
Although I just did
oh,
find
for
out
the
on
love of
news
Saint
tonight
Golic.
that I'm getting a Social Security retirement increase next year. I'm going to get a whole $11 a month.
Woo!
Holy shit,
That
man.
works out to 38 cents a day.
Wow. So
I'm
great.
gonna get even fatter on that much money. Wow.
I'm trying
Yeah,
to remember.
generally what happens is when the government
receiving-
gives you an increase, they somehow turn around and take it away somewhere else, though.
Absolutely.
They'll
I'm trying to
probably increase
remember,
your
you know,
rent
without-
and cut
without-
off some other benefits.
Okay, I have to dip out
Oh,
now.
hell yeah.
It's almost 6 in the morning and I have to be up for work.
Night, kitty.
Okay, Kitty, good
I'm
night.
trying to remember
Night.
our night, Kitty. Are we receiving more or less the same amount? You don't have to mention any numbers or anything. I think you know how much I get. Because I haven't received my thing yet, my notice yet, as far as the COLA is concerned.
The only thing I heard is I'm getting 1.6% increase on Social Security retirement. I don't know any other figures for any other benefits. It was just
I believe it's the same number across the board. I could be wrong here, but I believe it's the same number.
I think it most likely would be.
that would make sense, but I don't know.
So let me. Well, yeah, we're talking government here. So when does that ever make sense? But let's see. Bing, bing, bong, boom.
I trust the government much more than I trust the Republican Party.
But today the government pretty much is the Republican Party.
This month is the month that I have to make a one paycheck that's for 2 weeks actually lasts an entire month because they fucked up the payment system. And I may wind up having
Hey, hon, did you say
money.
Oh no. Hon, did you say 1.6%?
Yep.
I don't know that they would give me that much. Okay, so we'll have to wait to see what they say. Because I know how stingy government is.
Well, I'm going to skedaddle, you guys.
Well, as I always say, yeah, charity is never enough, and it is always grudgingly given.
Night, Jen.
And chat, thank you so much for coming.
Okay. Good night, Jen.
Made me feel good.
Yay!
Yep. Thanks for hanging with us.
Good night, all.
Sharing your experiences with us. Sometimes I know it can be hard to talk about some of this stuff.
Nah, I got nothing else to do. Well, the vibrator's not working right, so, you know. Got to do something. Talk to you later.
My.
Yes, Bob.
Thank you for reminding me. I'm going to have to try to put away a little bit of money and give myself a Christmas present.
There you go.
Well,
right.
if you go to s03e02's channel, you can get 10% off buying it from the place that's sponsoring him.
Oh, well.
Really?
Yeah, that's it. It's.
I wonder if they have what I'm.
In the beginning of his live streams, you know, when he gives it, he says if you use the discount code s03e02, you'll get 10% off.
I wonder if that place carries the stuff I'm looking for.
I'm
not talking about it on air. Some things I don't talk about on air.
All right. Good night, all.
Night.
Good night.
Night, hon.
Oh,
Boy. Are we still on or are we off?
Well, we are on at the moment, but I was just about to hit the button. So,
oh boy, and then I get to check the latency, which appears to be.
Thank you for joining us.
It appears to be well over a minute.